Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. We have several cases tonight, so I want to get through this meeting as effectively as possible. So today is July 15th, and it is 6:07 p.m. This is an 8-member board appointed by the City of South Fulton's Mayor and Council to hold public hearings, make recommendations on rezoning, use permits, concurrent variance applications, comprehensive land use plans, maps, and amendments to the zoning resolution. The applicants or proponents of each case will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present their case. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicants to convince the board that the application should be approved, they may choose to reserve some of their time for rebuttal. Following the proponent's presentation, any individuals in opposition will also have a total of 10 minutes to present their position. If multiple people will speak in opposition, you should organize yourselves as to allow everyone to speak in the 10-minute time frame. Opposition is not permitted rebuttal time. If you wish to address the commission on a case, you must fill out a comment card and indicate whether you are a proponent or an opponent of a case. If you are not sure whether you are a proponent or an opponent, you must fill out an opponent card. The commission will take 2 votes on each application. The first vote is on the findings of fact as presented by staff. The second vote is for approval, denial, or deferral of the application, and it is the second vote that determines the board's recommendation to the City Council. These same matters will be heard by the City Council at the public hearing on August 11, 2026, and then also voted on at the, Matthew, quick question. Are they voting and hearing it at the same meeting?
No, so the August 11th would be just for a public hearing.
Okay, got it. And then they'll be voted on at the next council meeting after that. Got it. Thank you so much. Please refrain from any verbal outbursts during the public.
I believe the attorney had a point on that.
Sure. Uh-oh.
Item number 8, which is the text amendment regarding the new data center regulations. We'll have a first hearing on the July 28th meeting, and we'll have a vote on August 11th.
Thank you. Okay. Please refrain from any verbal outbursts during the public hearing, and please only address the commission during the designated public comment time. We will proceed with the agenda. Staff, can you please call the roll?
Giovanni Smith Vickers.
Here.
Jackie Barrett Washington.
Here.
Trone Jefferson.
Present.
Stacy Williams.
Present.
Tamiko Leverett.
Present.
Crystal Price. Mike Dunn.
Present.
Thank you so much. And we have a quorum. Let's see, approval of the minutes. Matthew or Karen, quick question. I don't see approval of the agenda on the actual. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, or if we've been doing that.
It was unintentional, but you can
Okay,
add it
got it.
along with the minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we're going to need to add on this this agenda here, approval of the agenda at some point, but we can go ahead and do approval of the minutes from the June 17, 2026 meeting. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes. With that being said, are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay. So hearing none, we can go ahead and take a vote on this. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the minutes from June 17, 2026.
I second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Jackie Barrett Washington.
Approve.
Trone Jefferson.
Approve.
Stacy Williams.
Approved.
Tamiko Leverett.
Approved.
Mike Dunn.
Approve.
Thank you so much.
Minutes passed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then, as stated, it was they unintentionally left off the approval of the agenda for today, so we will need to add that on there. So basically, the agenda would be number 3, and then old business would be number 4. So the agenda has been provided to everyone. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda? with the correction of moving the agenda to number 3 and moving the old business to number 4 and moving new business to number 5.
I make a motion to approve the amended agenda as sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Jackie Barrett Washington,
Approved.
Trone Jefferson,
Approve.
Stacy Williams,
Approved.
Tamiko Leverett,
Approved.
Mike Dunn.
Approved.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to our first case of the evening, which is Z26-014/CDP 26-004. Staff, can you please sign the staff report?
Yes, case Z24-014, along with CDP 24-004. The address is 5250 Northfield Boulevard. The applicant is seeking a rezoning from AG1 to R4 to develop 2 single-family detached homes with a future land use amendment from regional live work to suburban 2 on 0.52 acres of land. This is in City Council District 5. Staff is recommending a denial.
Thank you so much. And from my understanding, at the last meeting, there was a staff deferral for those cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is the applicant present today?
I do not see her. Perhaps she's running late.
She is?
I said perhaps. I haven't heard
Oh,
from
okay.
her. But they were aware of the meeting for tonight.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. And one more question, Matthew, I'm sorry. Was there a public hearing last time?
There was not, and I believe she may be signing in right now, actually.
Okay. So we'll just give her a couple seconds. How are you? I'm doing good. Good. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Hello, my name is Talia King. I'm representing 2550 Northfield.
Thank you so much. And at this time, the public hearing is open. Go ahead.
All right, so good evening.
I'm sorry, 1 second.
Okay.
Can you start the clock? Thank you.
I won't be long. No, I'm playing.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you can go ahead. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone, Planning Commission. Again, my name is Talia John, if you didn't hear it. I'll be representing LRP Capital. We are here regarding 5250 Northfield Boulevard. The subject property is located on Northfield Boulevard and Jolly Road. We are proposing, it's currently Agricultural 1. We're proposing to change the zoning to R4 and Suburban 2. We would like to subdivide our lot. It's 51 acres, just over 22,000 square feet. It's a small infill parcel, and we're requesting to subdivide the lot and to build 2 single-family homes. Each lot will have direct frontage on Jolly Road, which will serve as the primary access. The homes will face Jolly Road. Each lot will be approximately 11,000 square feet. We believe that this will be a low-impact development. Currently, right now, in the area, they are currently dumping, which has been an issue and a concern. So we believe building 2 single-family homes will be nice, and it will be great for the area. The homes will have a 2-car garage. and we're just asking for you guys' approval to be able to subdivide the land and build 2 single-family homes.
Thank you so much. You can take a seat.
All right.
So there's 8 minutes and, can you pause that? Assistant City Attorney, you have a comment really quick?
Yes, I would like to ask the applicant to verify her last name.
It's King John.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna put 8 minutes and 20 seconds because it was kind of still running. Just FYI, okay? You can take a seat for now. All right. Do we have any cards? No? Okay. Okay.
Hold on a minute on that. We just got a bunch of new cards.
Okay. Take your time.
There are none in opposition.
Okay. Thank you so much. But are there any for?
No more.
Oh, great. Okay. So at this time, since there are no cards from the public, we can go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, you've heard the applicant. Do you guys have any questions for her? Commissioner Dunn, I recognize you.
Yes, looking at the property, it has a future land use designation of regional live work. Is there a specific reason why the developer does not want to follow that?
You can come on back to the mic. Thank you.
Yes, I can answer the question. It's due to the acreage of the lot. We're trying to do like a mixed-use development, but due to the frontage and the setbacks, there's not enough room for us to do a live work. Around a half an acre.
You have any other questions, Commissioner Dunn? Okay, Commissioner Leverett, I recognize you.
Hello, Matthew. Can you step to the mic for me, please? I see that the staff recommendation on here is a denial. Has that changed? Is it still denial? And do you want to explain the denial for the public to understand the denial?
Yes, absolutely. So the recommendation has not changed. It's still a denial. And if you look at page on the future land use map, the entire area is surrounded by regional live work. And if we was to change the future land use, it'll kind of be like not spot zoning, but spot future land use amendment. So we prefer to keep that area all as regional live work and not do a spot future land use amendment. So that was the primary reason.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Jefferson, I recognize you.
Yeah, just in the public participation, there was concerns about the roof lines in the homes and also the driveway accommodations 2 to 4. Has that been addressed?
That has been addressed. We were able to look at it. We can do standard roof lines for the build. And then it'll be a regular traditional parking, and we plan on following all the guidelines for the driveway.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any other questions for this applicant? Okay, so hearing none, we can go ahead and you can take a seat at this time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We can go ahead and start our voting process for this application for Z26-014 / CDP 26-004. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our first vote, which is going to be on staff's finding of fact. Is there a motion?
I motion to accept staff finding this fact.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Jackie Barrett Washington.
Approve.
Trone Jefferson.
Approved.
Stacy Williams.
Approved.
Tamiko Leverett.
Approved.
Mike Dunn.
Approved.
Okay, thank you so much. And now we are going, that is approval of the staff's finding of fact, and then we're going to go ahead and move on to our approval, denial, or deferral of these two cases. We need to do them separately because they are two cases, so we're going to take the first vote for Z26-014. Is there an approval, denial, or deferral on the floor for this case?
Motion to deny Z26-014.
Second.
Is this on the record? Or you want to?
Yeah, we just need to retract the motion because Stacy wants to have discussion. She has another question.
Okay, so you, as a chairperson, you can do that.
Okay, got it. I just didn't know. Okay, got it. Okay, so at this point, we need to retract the motion that was originally placed for denial by Commissioner Mike Dunn and open the floor back up to the commissioners. Commissioner Williams has a question for the applicant. Can you come back up? Thank you.
I do apologize about any confusion. So, can you explain what is currently on the land at this point in time?
It's a vacant lot. I believe previously there used to be a structure on the lot, but there's currently just a slab that's currently there.
Okay, okay. And from your public meeting, what was the general consensus? I know that we have the information here, but so that the public understands this evening, what was the general consensus from that meeting?
From the meeting, I felt like everyone was okay with building or developing 2 single-family houses there. We believe that it will enhance the community. And their concerns was more so the modern look of what the house, the structure will look like.
Okay.
But we're surrounded by single-family homes in the area.
And the properties that you are presenting and suggesting, recommending the new modern home, does that fit the look, right?
Yes, it'll be 2-story.
Does it fit what is currently
There.
surrounding,
Yes.
even though it's an older neighborhood?
It's an older neighborhood, but we believe the style of house we're doing is 2-story, 2-level. There is some 2 levels across adjacent to our location.
Okay. Okay. And you said you're providing driveways, correct?
Correct. And garages,
And garages?
2-car garage.
Okay. Okay. All right, I yield.
Okay. Any other commissioners?
I do
any
have a
questions?
question for
Okay.
Matthew. What would it take to
Commissioner
make-
Washington, 1 second, I have to recognize you
I'm
first.
sorry.
You're okay. Commissioner Beard Washington, I recognize you.
Thank you. What would it take to make this live, work, play to get her into compliance?
It would have to be a mixture of uses, so not only just a residential component, but a commercial and or an institutional component, like office space or retail space.
And there's not enough room.
Right, on that parcel, it's about 0.52 acres, so it's not enough room to accommodate all of that on one parcel.
All right.
Okay, commissioners, are there any other questions? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Okay. And this is a question for staff. Looking at our future land use map, looking at our future land use map, this is specifically designated, the new one, right? As regional live work. As of now, right?
Yes.
As of 2026.
Correct.
Okay, and our applicant is asking to amend that or change that to suburban to neighborhood,
Correct.
right? Okay. And with that future land use map, this is based on what our community has essentially said that they wanted, based off the future land use map, right?
That is-
From all of the meetings that we've had.
That is correct. We just went through a 5-year update to our comprehensive plan. It was adopted by the City of South Fulton City Council back in April. So this is a result of the culmination of those meetings that were held for the past year and a half almost, yes.
Okay, based off of those meetings and based off of what our community has said that they wanted.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you so much. Assistant City Attorney, since we've already done the staff's finding of fact, do we need to do that again, or can we just go ahead and go to the motion for the 2 cases?
Did we vote on?
We didn't vote on the cases, but we only voted on the actual staff report.
Okay, so that's determined, so you can
Move
proceed
on.
for
Okay.
a motion
Okay.
on the actual.
Thank you so much. Okay, you can take a seat, ma'am. Okay, so at this time, we are going to proceed with our approval, denial, or deferral for the first case, which is Z26-014. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to deny Z26-014.
I second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Washington,
Deny.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Denial.
Commissioner Williams,
Yay.
Commissioner Leverett,
Excuse me, Karen. We need to go back. So I want to make sure, commissioners, that we're on the same page with the language that we're using, because when we say deny, it almost sounds like you're denying what Mike Dunn has put on the floor. So if you can just make a different statement, maybe as if you're agreeing to them, just to make sure that we're clear on what you're actually approving or denying, okay? So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and restart that vote over. So Commissioner Mike Dunn, you put a motion on the floor to deny. Is there a second? There was a second.
I second.
Karen, please call the roll.
Commissioner Barrett Washington,
Now I'm confused about what I'm supposed to say.
You would say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett,
Deny.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Libbert.
Dunn.
Hold on, Karen. It's okay. I need you to say, like, aye, if you're agreeing with that. Or so is it an aye? Because you want to deny it? Or
Aye.
Okay, got it. Okay. And Commissioner Dunn?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you so much. So that is a recommendation for denial, and this case will be heard at the August 11th council meeting. So now we're going to vote on the next case, still tied to the same address, which is going to be CDP 26-004. Is there approval, denial, or deferral on the floor for this case?
Motion to deny CDP 26-004.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been probably moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett,
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay.
Ayes have it.
Thank you so much. So CDP 26-004 will also be heard at the August 11th council meeting. Thank you so much, Talia, for coming out tonight to talk about your case. So now we're going to go ahead and move on to case number 2, which is going to be Z26-012/CDP 26-005. It appears that staff recommended a deferral last time. Staff, can you please sound the staff report?
Absolutely, Coach. So case Z26-012, along with the current variance 26-003, along with a comprehensive development plan amendment 26-005. The address is 4685 Cascade Road. As stated, this case was deferred by staff from the June 17th Planning Commission meeting. Since that time, we have met with the applicant to kind of understand their site plan a little bit better, get some more information about exactly what product they're trying to build. Unfortunately, we still have to come to a denial, but I'll just go ahead and read what their request is. So the applicant is requesting a rezoning from R3 to SH, which is our senior housing zoning district, with a future land use amendment from Suburban 1 to Community Live Work for the construction of a senior housing development consisting of 20 community care retirement units and 20 independent living units. The applicant also seeks a concurrent variance to reduce the 40-foot undisturbed buffer to 20 feet on the west and south sides of the subject property. The subject property contains 5.16 acres. This is in City Council District 1. And again, staff is recommending denial for the rezoning, the comprehensive development plan amendment, and also the concurrent variance.
Before you leave, I heard you say that you met with them since the last meeting. What did you meet with them about?
Just to understand their site plan a little bit better, and also to get some renderings or photos of how the buildings will look on the property.
Okay, so are you guys currently working to try to work through that, or?
No, we've
You just done with that?
We've met, we've worked through it, we've reached a decision.
Got it. Thank you so much. Okay. 10 minutes is on the clock. Is the applicant present today? Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good. Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Sure. Jesse Wiles.
Okay, thank you so much. And your address?
Home address?
Home address, business address, whatever one you use on your application.
Home address is 1780 County Line Road,
Okay.
Southwest.
Okay, thank you so much. And the clock has already started, so you can go ahead and start your presentation.
Sure. Is someone able to advance the slide for me? Okay. So the property is owned by the church, Greater Turner Chapel Church. It's a little bit less than 5 acres. The idea was to utilize this property in such a way where it adds benefit to the community at large and to the aging population of South Fulton County, in particular in the area in which surrounds the church. So, we've done our, market research. We know that we are a community of population that's aging in place, and we wanted to be able to provide an environment that would address that. Next slide, please. So, as the staff has mentioned before, the location of the property, and we are, currently wanting to rezone it from the current zoning to a zoning that would support senior housing. Next slide, please. And so, well, this is not the site plan that we actually provided to the staff, not the most recent one. Do you have that one? So this is a more updated site plan, and as the staff person mentioned, we've had several meetings with the staff in order to understand in order to understand what is it they were looking for relative to the setbacks, the buffers, the density, what the units might potentially look like after they were built. We retained an engineer in order to address that, brought him to several meetings with the staff, and tried to really comply with what was being asked of us relative to how to build out this site. And so this is a more updated site plan that reflects that. It provides all the proper turning radiuses, mailbox locations, amenity centers, walking trails, activity areas. And these were things that we had offered to put in there. And as you can see, the site's much larger than the development actually occurs. So there wasn't an attempt to build out a significant density on the site as much as it was prepare the site in such a way where it would be in character with the neighborhood in which it is located. Next slide. And so we were asked to provide a rendering, which we did to give an idea of some of the typologies of what the units might look like. The single family, the independent living units would be cottages, very similar to the cottages at Cascade, which, as you know, is located right next to of rather impressive development in Guilford Forest, but done in such a way where you really can't see the cottages from the street. This is the same landscaping parameters that would be established for this particular development. Next slide. And so the staff asked us to give us an idea of what they might look like. And so we outlined, we created in our office some renderings that gives you an idea of what the street view might be. Next slide. And again, another view of what the street view of the cottages might look like. And then there's a 20-unit assisted living facility that's being proposed for the site. And this gives you some idea of what that topology might be. We had also mentioned to the staff that a lot of the things that we were being asked were design elements, and we would be happy to accept a condition based on design standards that would be developed by our architect once we were ready to move forward. And to be perfectly honest, relative to the denial, because it was an inappropriate transitional area, we were never informed that that's what we were up against. Had we had that discussion, then I think a lot of our approaches to this would have been a little bit different. But what we've tried to do is provide a needed amenity to the community that reflected some of the items that we reviewed when we read the comp plan about the fact that it is an aging community. We don't have sufficient senior facilities. The ones that we do have tend to be more apartment-style dwellings rather than something that would be more appropriate with the community. And that's what we try to deliver.
Thank you, sir. Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you can take a seat at this time.
All right.
Thank you. Do we have any cards, Karen and Barrett?
Yes, yes, we do. We have a proponent, Patricia Orange Williams.
How many do we have?
We have two, including the applicant, we have two proponents and 5 opponents.
Okay, thank you so much. And there's 4 minutes left for proponents? Okay, cool. Okay, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Patricia Williams Orange, 5863 West Chase Street, Atlanta, Georgia.
Thank you so much.
30.
You're good. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I've been a resident of this community for the past 5 years. And during that time, I have seen firsthand the growing need for quality, affordable housing for seniors. Many older adults in our community have spent their lives serving their families, churches, and neighborhoods. They deserve the opportunity to remain in the community they know and love while living in a safe, accessible, and supportive environment. Senior living brings many benefits. It provides affordable housing options, encourages independent living with access to services designed for older adults, and reduces isolation by creating opportunities for social interaction and community engagement. It also allows seniors to remain close to their families, healthcare providers, churches, supporting networks, rather than being forced to move elsewhere. In addition, a senior living community can strengthen our neighborhood by creating jobs, increasing local economic activity, and making productive use of land while addressing a real and growing need. As someone who has called this community home for the past 5 years, I believe this is an investment not only in our seniors, but in the future of our entire community. I encourage you to support this project because it reflects our values of respect, dignity, and care for those who came before us. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Can you pause that clock? Okay, so there's 251. Okay, thank you so much. And then we have several cards for in opposition.
We just received another proponent speaker card. It's M. Okay. She is an opponent, so she'll fix that.
Okay.
And I will call the people on the cards. Keith Decay, if you can come up and speak. Ellis Jean, or Jean Ellis. Leniston Alexander.
Let's just pause right there. That's the first three, right? Yeah, and then let's just see how much time we have left.
She was going to go first. We already set it up. You asked us to get together, so we have an order.
Okay, that is it. So you, okay. What's your name, sir?
My name is Miguel Southwell.
Is Miguel, is he on the card, Karen?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Good evening. Please state your name and your address at the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Miguel Southwell.
Come a little closer to the mic, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Miguel Southwell. I live at 455 Carondelet Cove, Southwest Atlanta. And I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to provide this input. My wife and I, my wife is here, we took 18 months to find a home when we moved back to Atlanta about 12 years ago. We returned to Atlanta, I should say. We were looking for a sleepy, mature community in which to live. And we found that community where many of the people, we know each other's names, and we were very happy with that arrangement. We were delighted when recently trucks were stopped from coming through our neighborhood. We thought that was a big win for us because it gave us that character that every community needs. This development as proposed will change the character of the neighborhood. The density of so many dwellings on a 5-acre parcel, and I want to draw your attention to this because I know we're asking for a senior living amendment, but it's one step away. It's one step away from commercial zoning. And I'm a dinosaur. I don't use Google a lot, but in this case, I'll use it because in deference to what I heard the proponent saying, simply because a community is aging and getting more seniors doesn't mean that all of a sudden you should build a senior living facility in that community. If that was the case, you'd be approving dozens of them throughout Atlanta. But the definition here is senior housing district zoning, often designated as SH, is fundamentally residential, but uniquely bridges the gap into commercial. It uniquely bridges the gap to commercial. It primarily allows age-restricted living, but municipalities frequently permit on-site or adjacent commercial amenities, such as pharmacies, dining clinics, to serve the residents' daily needs. This is a scope creep. This is a zoning creep that will forever change the character of this neighborhood. It will no longer be this sleepy, wonderful, close-knit neighborhood that we live in today. It's hard for me to come up here because I've attended the church next door that purchased this lot a few years ago. It was a single-family home. The church purchased the lot, and so they're looking to use it in what I'm sure they believe is a laudable use. But for us, the residents, I have been there for 12 years. With the increase in traffic, with the visitation by families that will be visiting their loved ones, it will forever change the character of the neighborhood. And I beg you, if for nothing else, because I had to pray before I came up here because I realized it's a church I'm going up against. And so, if nothing else, whether it's the Quran or the Bible or whatever, I would ask you this evening to do what is in every Bible, which is to treat others the way you would like to treat yourselves. If the learned gentleman who came up here was living in our neighborhood instead of County Line where he's living, he would not want this facility there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, good evening. How are you? Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Leniston Alexander, and I live at 420 Carondelet Cove, Atlanta 30331.
You can proceed.
I've been a resident there for the past 28 years. As a matter of fact, I built my home in that area. And this development will be abutting my home and our subdivision. It abuts it. The homes in that subdivision range from $650 to $2 million. We have to be very careful about that because with the proposal that they're trying to put in there, the senior living, that will reduce the property values of the homes in our subdivision. The proposal is not suitable for the adjacent parcels. As I said, they are single-family homes, and they are, and as a result, as the previous speaker said, the traffic, the sewer, the traffic, sewer, and the density of the area will forever be changed. There is no gain for the residents with this proposed usage. The property should stay at R3 because the community is a very quiet community, and we already have the cottages which are there, and they are kind of recessed from the street, and they are pretty good. And we also have QLS, which is about 3/4 of a mile down the street. So we really don't need the senior development. I pray that you guys will keep it R3 and not grant this use. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Will you pause that clock for me, please?
My name is Keith DK. I live at 500 Samira, Atlanta, Georgia. My background for this and the reason why they've asked me to speak on this is I live down the block from it. I was on the MPU in the city of Atlanta, I also was the person that handled all subdivisions and new groupings for the Fourth Ward Alliance in Mid-City, Atlanta. And first of all, the problem with senior zoning, it is a commercial zoning that you're trying to put in a residential deal. This zoning will allow apartment complexes, multi-rental units, Section 8. It'll allow nursing homes, all of this in a residential area. Senior zoning by South Fulton standards is a disaster. We would need, the guy refers to the cottages. Well, the cottages are for sale and owned. No Section 8, no renting out, owned property. We're all for senior cottages, meaning taking the property, zoning it to R4, which will allow you to build senior cottages and put in the stipulation that they're for seniors only. If they want to build a nursing home, tear down the church. It's already a commercial property, in a sense. It's grandfathered in. Build a nursing home on that. But that property there, if you change anything, that section has 3 properties. It has 2 that are owned by Happy Property Management and this one. The total development is over 35 acres. If you rezone one part of the deal, the others become available. Georgia Supreme Court, the lawyer will tell you, already has disavowed anything to do with spot zoning. This would be a spot zoning situation. It's residential around it, and it's commercial across the street behind it for property. We're against any type of variances or granting because, again, these are $2 million homes or $1 million or $2 million homes that you're going to put a 3-story commercial nursing home with. They're calling it an assisted living, but it's a nursing home. You got to have qualified nurses to serve and help people. So all of this is a con to transfer residential property into commercial. And this has been done for years and years and years. They're buying property up cheap and then putting in substandard style living. And I've seen it done the last 8 years in the city of Atlanta. I now live right down the block from this, and I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere. I figure I'll die in that house. So I'm here to fight not to let this happen. Okay? In addition to all of that, you've already gone through, you spent a ton of money to do all this research work to find out what people want. Now you want to throw all that out the window and say, hell, we want to do the church a favor. If you zone one piece of property over there, you're going to open Pandora's box, because you cannot have spot zoning. That's illegal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there's 35 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, thank you, Board. Jean Williams Ellis, 520 Carondelet Cove, Atlanta, Georgia. First off, I was very concerned that they were disingenuous about how all this was done. We never received any notification of this to happen. And supposedly that was the first step, to notify everyone. That did not happen. I only know of one person who received a postcard. When I questioned them, they said they would send out information. Never received. The buffer that they're talking about, going from 40 to 20, will impinge on our homes. And we retired here in Atlanta thinking that we were buying into a gated community that would provide security for us as we built a home that is now over almost $1 million. And to have this property.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully the Don aisle will stay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So there is about 2 minutes and 51 seconds left on the clock for rebuttal. Yes.
There appears to be more speakers who have more cards left, so if the Planning Commission wishes to allot more time, that is up to you all, but we do have more cards that were submitted.
Am I required to address those additional cards?
Yes.
Okay. So, commissioners, there are 5 more cards for opposition. Would you all like to entertain adding some additional time to the clock? I would suggest maybe no more than 5 minutes. Okay. So can I get a motion to approve adding 5 minutes to the clock? And that will be also added on the applicant side as well. And we have to give them additional time too, right? Okay. So can I get a motion?
Motion to approve 5 minutes to be added to the clock.
I second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Approve.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
The
Thank
ayes
you.
have it.
Thank you so much.
And just a point of clarification, could we
Sure.
state how many more speakers were added?
Unfortunately, I mixed in the speakers that were just speaking, so I might be calling the same ones that have already spoken. Chrissy Hood.
Christy, you can go ahead up to the podium while we're...
I'm going to call all of them right now.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Okay, so just keep in mind that you all have 5 minutes, so please try to work together to reduce the time so that everyone can have an opportunity to talk. Okay, you want to go ahead and call them?
Keith DeKay. Allison Southwell. M. Santana. Mignon Porter.
Can you please line up behind? Thank you.
I believe Lenison Alexander already spoke. Matthew Thompson. Miguel Southwell.
Perfect, so we just have 2, right? That's it. So you got cut off from the additional time frame. You can go ahead and stand up behind. If there's time left, you'll be after the young lady in the black. No problem. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes on the clock. If you want to go ahead and state your name and address for the record, thank you.
Yes, my name is Chrissy Hood. My address is 440 Carondelet Cove, Atlanta, Georgia. I'll be real short. I've been in the neighborhood for 5 years. I have young kids that go outside in the back and play. We are down the hill. This property is directly behind my home. If they come and build apartment buildings or whatever they're imposing, we will look at a wall when we go outside. Not to mention rain, water, everything will come down to my property and all of my neighbors' properties on that side. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Michelle Santana, P.O. Box 366144, Atlanta 30336. I'm going to make it real quick. Do not rezone this area. It's not a good look for the area. We don't want it rezoned. It's going to cause a lot of traffic. It's going to not going to be enough security, and it's just not a good look for the area. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Jean Williams, Ellis, 520 Carondelet Cove, Atlanta, Georgia. Some of the points that I wanted to raise is during the presentation to the community, the question was asked, would it be a gated community? We were told no, it would not be gated because the police and the fire department didn't want that to happen. That's a security concern for me if you're going to have that kind of community and not have gating. Also, the traffic pattern on Cascade Road would be greatly impacted to have that kind of housing. There was never a traffic impact report provided. We asked those questions. So the planning that they have provided to us, the information, was suspect, was not a lot of detail that they needed to provide, but the impact on the community would be what I consider to be devastating. It would completely change the environment on Cascade Road, which is a 2-lane road. Also, they were talking about a community center. Less than a mile away, there is already a community center. Southwest Community Center is there. There is already a senior property gated less than a mile away. So those things have already happened in the area, but the way they have been designed and built, they do not impact on our community. And we have spent a lot of time and a lot of money developing the areas that we live in to keep it safe and to keep it the kind of neighborhood that is representative of South Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there are no other cards, so we're good there, right? Okay, sweet. And we have 2:51 plus 5 minutes on the clock. So for the rebuttal, does the applicant have a rebuttal? Okay, you can come on up, sir.
Hello again.
Hi, how are you? Give me 1 second. So are you the applicant?
I represent the applicant.
No. Are you the applicant, ma'am? Are you the applicant?
I'm a resident of the city of South Fulton.
Okay, so the rebuttal time is saved for the applicant. So you've already spoken, correct?
The applicant as well. The church across the street.
Okay, so who is the applicant? Because he's saying he's the applicant. You're saying you're the applicant. Gentleman in the blue is coming up. Who are you, sir? Are you part of the applicant? Okay, so who's speaking for who? Okay, so you need to come to the podium, sir.
All right, sorry
Okay,
about that.
so you have 7 minutes and 45 seconds of rebuttal time. You can go ahead and start.
All right. I don't think it'll take me 7 minutes, but I appreciate it. So first of all, the assisted living facility is proposed as a 2-story, not a 3-story. Secondly, we have the buffer along Cascade Road that's heavily landscaped. I presented that to the staff. And the landscaping proposed would shield the development from traffic along Cascade or anyone who lives in the area. And I think that would be in keeping with what a lot of developments along Cascade in terms of how they're set up now, including the development that some of the proponents live in. We haven't represented or indicated in any way that this would be a Section 8 development, but if the developer or property owner wanted to use it that way, that would be their choice. That's not what we intend to do. We haven't proposed to do anything like that. But it's a senior campus. The church has asked us to go to great lengths to make sure that this is developed in a way that would represent the area in which it's located. And that's primarily a design function. It's 5 acres. We are using probably half of the acreage for this development. It's very low density. We made reference to the cottages on New Hope Road because that's the inspiration for this development, for it to mimic something like that where people can exercise a level of independent living, be in an area with sidewalks, and no, we are not proposing a gated development. I mean, we've never proposed that and really wouldn't have any intention of doing that. But this is what I think I'd like to leave you with. The church is trying to create a framework, a regulatory framework through this petition that when they bring on a development partner, the church is not the developer. The church is the property owner who wants to partner with a developer. But they want to establish a regulatory framework that would hold that developer to a development that would be consistent with what's going on in the area, with the way the area is developed, with the buffering, with the landscaping. And so that's the whole intention here. It's not to try to do something underhanded or that would be offensive to the community. It's to create a framework. The church could go ahead and hire a developer, and the developer would come to you with a proposal that I'm pretty sure would be a lot more intense than what the church is proposing because the land would support it. And then relative to the staff's concern about I understand transitional development, but where would you want the transitional development to be? And of course, if we had been asked to address that concern, I don't think we'd be standing here talking about this now. We would have simply said we can't do it. Because if you're looking for a location that would be a better representation for transitional development, and you don't think this is a location that would support that, that would have been simple enough to tell us. And then we would not have proceeded. But we were not told that. And so we proceeded in addressing the concerns that were asked of us for this development, and that's the basis of our presentation.
Thank you so much. And the lady and the gentleman behind you, they are part of your application, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Did you all have something else that you wanted to state?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that as far as the traffic on Cascade, there's a traffic light and there's also a bus stop there. There's a city bus stop there. As a community, we should think about the next generation of seniors as well. The need for affordable housing will continue to grow as our population ages. Planning now ensures that today's working adults and tomorrow retirees, we have an option. I've been, again, a resident of City of South Fulton for 5 years. I came all the way from Conyers, Georgia, and I saw the community growing. We have to consider, I consider myself, I'm aging. I retire in the next 6 years. My home will be paid off before I retire. So do I need all that space for one person? No, I would like to stay in my community where there is an urgent care, where there's a shopping place that I can go to. If I don't want to drive, I can take a Lyft or an Uber. The community is accessible. There is no crime. Senior housing will not bring crime to the community. We have so much to give back to the community when we talk about senior housing. Do we want to go back to living in apartments? No, I would prefer a cottage or a unit that I can rent because I spent all my life paying off a house that I'm very proud of. So my rebuttal is just that. Please approve the rezoning for the community that I also live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I live in the community. I've been there for 35 years. I'm a member of the church that purchased the property about 6-7 years ago. And as I ride up and down New Hope Road, Cascade Road, I see a lot of seniors walking in the neighborhood. Whenever I talk to seniors and my neighbors, they want to have a place that they can age in place. They want to be able to live where they're in the community, have their family, kids, grandkids come and visit them, and that's what we're trying to provide. We're not having a 50 story building out there. It's a low density building facility that we're going to have for seniors to be able to age in place if they want to, move out of their large homes. So I do ask that you revisit this and relook at it and approve this for the seniors and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are done with cards? We're good? Okay, sweet. So at this time, we can go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to commissioner comments. I am going to start off this time. I do have a couple of questions for staff. As far as the, this is a staff question, as far as the site plan goes, I know they had mentioned that the most recent site plan is in their presentation was not, I guess we don't have it, so are there any copies? Because I could not see their site plan at all, like on the screen. It's really hard for me to see it. So I don't know if you guys can make some copies or something like that for us to see. That would be nice because you guys have communicated with them since the last meeting, and it would be nice to see maybe even large. I don't know if we can enlarge the site plan, but I just couldn't see the other site plan.
Yeah, so the site plan that you have in your package is similar. The site plan that's shown just has more of the dimensions spelled out for the independent, the cottage living facilities, road width frontages, and also maybe some of the landscape requirements. But I would say the structure or the bones of the site plan did not change. It was just some more aesthetics that they had, as well as the renderings that they put for how the buildings will look.
Can y'all pull the renderings up and zoom in on them? They were on one of those slides. I think it kind of was like a bright green color on there or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Go back one. That one right there. Yes. Can you zoom in?
That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did the rendering change too from this to what we have? Or
So at the previous meeting, there were no renderings. This is new.
oh, okay, because we have some kind of similar rendering in our book, but it's a little bit different. It doesn't have all the fancy pictures on it. Okay. Okay. And my other question for staff was, as far as the public participation plan report, I know that they put in there, see attached, participant questions and responses, but I can't see any of the issues and concerns that were expressed, and then I also can't see how the applicant responded. So I don't know if that's something that we can start adding.
Are you saying, is that page missing?
No, the actual issues, I can't see what the issues were, or what was talked about at the meeting. It says see attached, like that, that would have been in their physical, but it would be good for us to be able to actually read that to kind of see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, right.
And then it would be good for us to see how the applicant actually responded back to them, because I see there's a Q&A type of thing that they were supposed to put in their submission, so that would be nice.
Perhaps the applicant could speak to it, since we don't have that in the form.
Yeah, we can talk about that. And let me see if I had any other questions. As far as, I don't recall ever doing this in planning, but I know that, you have to send the mailers out or whatever about the notification, but is there a way nowadays that you guys are verifying that the people within that proximity received it? Because I did hear one of the citizens say that a couple folks didn't receive it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, in terms of verification, we just use what our GIS has, and our GIS information is pulled from the Fulton County GIS,
Mm-hmm.
And that's pulled up through the, when they update their their personal information as the property owner information. So that's what we get. So that's the latest information that we have in terms of verifying. We really don't have a mechanism because we just rely on what GIS has.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you so much. You can take a seat. Thanks, Matthew. Applicant, you can come on back up because I'm sure that we have several questions here. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and start from my left just to go ahead and get things. You don't have any comments? Okay. Commissioner Dunn has no comments. Commissioner Leverett, do you have any comments?
Ask questions.
Okay, let's go.
Alrighty. So the drawing that we have in the packet does look different than the drawing that's on the screen, but I'll let Commissioner Williams ask those questions. So when I went by the property, there looks like there's a house at the top of the hill right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that house planned to stay there or get knocked down?
It would be, it's been vacant for years. It would be demolished.
All right. And then it's the church's land, but you found a developer to develop it.
We have not selected a developer yet. Our firm was retained by the church to take them through this process. The process started with them visioning what they would like to see on the site, and that's how we got to the senior living facility or development of the site that would accommodate seniors. The next item was to determine what type of zoning that would support. We met with the staff. We presented them a concept site plan, and then kind of conversed with the staff in terms of what would be the requested rezoning. They were very helpful in that regard, and we put together a rezoning application and went through the public hearing process to do that. And as I mentioned earlier, the intent was to create a regulatory framework, land use and zoning framework that the church would have to present to a development partner. That's what this process is all about, but we haven't selected a developer yet.
Okay, because that's what I was confused about. So will the church still retain ownership of these parcels?
That's the desire. The desire is to do a land lease.
Because when you were speaking earlier, you said if the developer wanted them to be Section 8 or whatever, you wouldn't have anything to do with that. So that's where I got confused.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. No, what I was saying was that this is a kind of a departure, but just a little bit offensive about what the economic status of the person, the renter or the owner would be, is just offensive to me. And so we never made a representation of Section 8 or whether they would be millionaires. But we did make a representation that we wanted it to serve a senior population.
But that's my point. The developer would not be in charge of who is going to be living in there. The church is going to retain it, and they'll be selecting who moves in there, correct?
Well, the church is going to need a development partner because the church doesn't have experience in developing. And so
Exactly. The church won't be running it.
No, the developer would be running it, but the
normally between a 5 to 10 minute break because we've lost the stream, and this is, for legal purposes, we have to have things in a certain kind of way. So you guys, if you need to take a restroom break or whatever that looks like, please feel free to do so at this time. So maybe meet us back here at 7:30. It's 7:17. 7:30.
7:25?
7:30, everyone. We're good? Okay. One, okay. Okay. Okay, so it is now 7:31, and we are gonna go ahead and get back started with our meeting where we left off. We were at Commissioner Leverett. After talking with the media team, Commissioner Leverett, it seemed to have cut out. It seemed to have cut out when you were asking questions about the developer, who the developer is going to be, and all that good stuff. So we need to go back just a little bit. If you can just restate that question, because we just want to make sure that everybody on the live stream can catch that.
So my question I was trying to get for understanding is the church going to be the property owner and the property maintainer, or is someone else going to maintain the property and the residence?
So we're going to follow what we're doing with the church is part of a larger, what's called a larger faith-based development initiative that's happening nationally and is happening throughout the city of Atlanta and the Atlanta metro area. And this is where churches have ownership of undeveloped property, where they try to establish a vision for what they would like to see developed at that property, and then they bring on a development partner to develop the property. They never lose control of it. They never relinquish their vision for it. The developer is asked to comply to that vision as a condition of becoming a development partner. And that's the process, that's the path that we're following with this church. And this is what I was saying earlier. So the framework for how that site is going to be developed starts with regulatory issues like zoning and land use. But it also continues into management, who lives there, what the criteria is for selecting occupants.
Excuse me, sir. Is your mic on?
I thought it was.
Okay. Just talk a little bit closer because I can't even hear you in the speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the church is going to retain all of those rights as a condition of the developer developing the property. And it's not precedent setting. It's happening. We're working with churches in Midtown, Druid Hills Presbyterian Church. There's churches all over the city and country that's following this path. It's simply because they have land to develop. The land is underutilized. It's just sitting there dormant. But this is a way to increase, housing options for the city. Greater Turner has elected to go with a model that houses seniors, but they've elected to do it in a way that it's not going to be high-rise apartments. It's going to be something that we think is more in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood.
I understand what you're saying, and I also am aware of this initiative that's happening across the country. So Thank you for letting everybody know that. I want a yes or no.
Okay.
Is the church going to be the property managers, or are they going to subcontract it to someone?
The church is, well, the answer to that, the answer to that is no. The church is not going to be the property manager. But they're not going to be the property manager because the church doesn't have the qualifications to be a property manager. But because they are the property owner and will retain ownership of the property, they can set the rules for how property management is conducted on their property. And that's what they would be intending to do.
I yield.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Thank you. Okay, and thank you for being patient while we ask questions and get clarity here, okay? Mm-hmm. Commissioner Leverett, she asked quite a few of my questions already, but still had a few more. Now, you represent a firm for the church, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So when you all were determining that you needed to submit an application for rezoning, was there any particular reason why you decided to go with community? Because when I'm looking at our future land use and all of the different options available, I thought to myself, I wonder why they don't go with village. But then after hearing community input, and I'm sure, from your meetings, you had community input as well. Did you all consider staying aligned with the residents that are already there, since you want to be a community partner, right? And go with maybe a suburban too, so that we're not getting out of that R distinction? Is that something that you've considered?
Didn't consider it. We met with staff, and I just think that was a kind of a joint consideration. You correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew, but if it would have been brought up, I think we would have considered it.
Okay. Okay, that's just one question, because maybe we can explore that a little bit more, right? Especially when we're looking at, you are looking at 40 units, and with suburban, we could look at 8 units per acre. So, we could still look at the number of units that you all are making a recommendation for within that, and still, once again, be a good community partner.
Absolutely.
That's just one. But my other question is, have you considered limiting from 40 to maybe a lower number of units? Has that been a consideration?
We haven't considered it. I think the primary focus is to be able to serve the senior population, and obviously there's going to be a concern as to how to, making the numbers work. But that hasn't came up as the economic elements of it hasn't came up as a barrier to our decision making at this point.
Okay. Okay. I think that is something to definitely consider, because once again, I'm going to go back to being a good community partner,
Sure.
right? The church is already there, and the church has been there for, we'll just say, umpteen years, right?
Correct.
And so we want to make sure that if we are asking for rezoning, that we are also being that community partner.
And I
Okay.
think that's what the church would like to be.
Going back to Commissioner Lefferts' question about property management. Now, the residents, would they be renting? Would they be leasing? Would they own? What is the overall vision?
The church would their preference is to retain ownership of the land. That's typically a model that would facilitate renting the units, although there are other models that the church could consider where they would own the land but not the improvement that's on the land. So I think the owning of the land is important to the retaining ownership of the land is important to the church. How that is facilitated, whether it's rental or through a land trust model, as an example, where the church owns the land and the residents, the senior residents own the improvements, I think that's something to consider.
Okay. And that is good to hear that the church wants to retain and have some guardrails
Right.
in place. Now, once again, I'm going to just put this out there for consideration. If the residents are going to be, for lack of a better term, renting, right, whatever that looks like, the church is able to put those guardrails there so that, other retailers or other development doesn't necessarily just come in, and next thing you know, you got a convenience store and you got this and you got that,
Well, the church, because the church would continue to own the land, they could elect to work with the city to put restrictive covenants on the use of the land, if that's something that the church would desire to do. But I think there's ways to guard against that. I don't think what we're proposing to do is spot zoning. I don't think it fits into that category. I do think, as the staff has mentioned, it does fit into the transitional category, because we're transitioning from one use to a different type of residential use. But if there's a way to make that work, I don't want to go as far as to say whatever I say the church will do, but if there's a way to make that work, I think the church would be more than happy to sit down with staff and try to figure that out.
Thank you. And I have one final question, and this is actually for staff. Could the applicant consider revising their application from Community Live Work to Suburban 2? Is that an option?
The applicant can certainly, yes, they can, but from a planning standpoint, no. It was, unfortunately, senior housing is not allowed in the Suburban 2 future land use areas. So, and that's to speak to, I think what was asked earlier, why they went to Community Live Work. Remember, at the time of their application, we were operating under the old comprehensive plan from 2021, and given the density that they have, it only made sense for them to go to a regional live work that allowed for that density. Since the new comprehensive plan was adopted in April, and this plan came in, this application was, it came in before the comprehensive plan was allowed. We based our recommendations and advice on the old comprehensive plan, and Suburban 2, the senior housing wasn't even allowed under the old comprehensive plan as well. So that's why we recommended that future land use designation, because Suburban 2 did not allow for senior housing.
So their application is on the previous comp plan?
That is correct.
Okay. I think I might have one other question, but I'll yield for now.
Okay. Commissioner Jefferson, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, for the applicant.
Come a little closer to the mic, please.
Obviously, the parcel is low density and it's not located by a major intersection. You met with staff, and obviously they've given you a recommendation. So what was your overall concept of the meeting? What was your takeaway from the meeting, being that you still...
The staff was helpful. The staff was very helpful. And what we tried to do, we presented the staff with a concept site plan. The staff wanted to see more detail. We retained a civil engineer to provide that. He submitted drawings. The staff recommended a deferral, met with us about additional detail they would like to have included in the site plan. We provided that. Asked if we could give some different views of the development in a 3D version. We provided that. So the recommendations that the staff provided us in preparation for the meeting was, I thought, was
But I heard you say a couple of times you didn't know what you didn't know until now. So can you explain that? That's what I'm confused on.
Yes. If I'm understanding the reason for denial, it was this particular location is not a good location for a transitional type use. And so at least in our opinion, that throws that's a completely different ball game, because because we can't change the location of the property. So if the location of the property is not conducive for transitional use, we're just, we're up a creek without a paddle. We just have to say this site won't work for what we're trying to do. And so that was a surprise for us in terms of that as a reason for denial, because I think we tried to check as many of the other boxes that the staff asked us to do as we could possibly do.
Can I yield?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Jefferson. Commissioner Barrett Washington, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, none? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Williams, I am going to, was that your question? Or did you have something outside of the application part? Okay. Staff, we have a question for you all. As far as the application goes, in the case that they updated their site plan again and they got another deferral, which would have to either come from them or the planning commission, or a request from them or the planning commission, staff, can you confirm if staff's recommendation would change? Because I feel like in the past, even if like a applicant came and like they changed their site plan based on your original reporting, I feel like you guys typically stand on like what was originally submitted, and then it's up to the commission to kind of take the new stuff that was brought upon. But please correct me if I'm wrong. We just want to know if they can update in the case of a deferral, and then would staff be re-looking at it, or would y'all just stand firm on the initial denial?
Yeah, thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. Good evening, first of all. Yeah, we would stand on our current recommendation. If there were if there was an insistence on there being a change made to the site plan so that we could find a path forward on this one, I think at this point what we would probably ask the applicant to do would be to withdraw their application and kind of and start over, because we're pretty far down this path. And so we have worked a lot with the applicant on this one. We do understand that senior housing is something that the city of South Fulton is certainly in favor of, but unfortunately, when we looked at this particular parcel, we just found that the increase of intensity and density of use at that particular intersection was not in line with either our 2021 or our 2026 comprehensive plan. But if the applicant wants to kind of go back to the drawing board, we would certainly look at it with fresh eyes.
Thank you so much.
If I could add one point, I know
Sure.
there was a question about the site plan, and there's different site plans in your in the packet that you all have. Just want to clarify, the site plan that appears to be yellowish and greenish in color, that was submitted with the application. So that technically isn't a part of our staff report. That's the site plan that they first submitted. The site plan that's in the staff report is the one that's shown on the screen. That doesn't have as much detail as the applicant proposed, but that's the most recent site plan. So the one that's yellowish and green, that was the one that they submitted with their application. The one in the staff report is the revision.
Okay. And then, so just for clarity, I think I'm clear on what Reggie is saying. I just want to make sure, though, so the options at this point, of course, we can always defer if we wanted to defer, but in the case that we want to allow them to go back again, revisit some items, come back to us, it would be up to us at that point to make sure that we're reading all of the items that the applicant has provided, and we would have to make a decision based on that, because the staff report is not going to change. So just as a FYI. So if we decide to do, thank you, Matthew. So if we decide to defer hypothetically and ask them to come back with some other items to see if we can try to work through it, then it will be up to us as the commission to make sure that we're reading everything that the applicant has provided us to make that decision, because staff will not change their staff report at this point. So it's that, or as Reggie said, we can basically ask the applicant, we can ask them to withdraw. We can't force them to withdraw. But of course, they do have 2 cases on here. So withdrawing means that you pay again, right? Okay. So he would be paying for that all over again as well. So I'm just putting all these items on the table just to think about when we're actually throwing the motion out tonight of what that looks like from the commissioner's standpoint. So at this point, if there are no other questions by the commissioners, okay. Commissioner Leverett, I recognize you.
I don't remember if you said what size the independent homes were going to be.
They're going to range anywhere, I think I said 12 to 1,500 square feet.
Alrighty, and then you have on here.
You said independent, correct?
Right. Homes. And then you have, you wanted to reduce the 40-foot undisturbed buffer to 20 feet.
That was the recommendation. But, really it's, I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew, but I think that was more of the sidewalk was what the walking path was what was actually encroaching into the buffer. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a sidewalk and a proposed walking path. I believe a portion of their community center was going to encroach into that buffer as well. So that's what the concurrent variance came from.
Okay. Commissioner Leverett, do you yield?
I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioners, are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? No? Commissioner Williams, you good? Okay, good. Okay, you can take a seat at this time, sir. Thank you. Okay, so we have heard from the applicant. We've heard from the citizens here locally in South Fulton. And at this time, I will entertain a motion for a approval, denial, or deferral. Please keep in mind that at the last Planning Commission meeting, there was a staff requested deferral. So if we are doing a deferral, or if someone throws a motion for a deferral, that would be the second deferral, and it would have to come from us, or the applicant would ask for the deferral. At this time, the applicant does not seem to have asked for a deferral, so that would come from the Planning Commission. So can I get a motion for approval? I'm sorry, we need to go back. My apology. We need to go staff's finding of fact. So first, we're going to do approval, denial for staff's finding of fact for Z26 012/CDP 26-005.
Motion to approve staff's finding is fact.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. That passed. So now we are going to we're going to do our votes for each case separately, since we do have two cases on this agenda. So first, we're going to do a vote for Z26-012 for approval, denial, or deferral.
Motion to deny Z26-012.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. So this case has been recommended for denial by the Planning Commission and will be heard at the next City Council meeting on August 11th in a public hearing.
Point of clarification?
Yes.
Since there are three requests, you all have to take three separate votes on each request.
So what's the other one? Because there's only two cases on here.
So there's a rezoning, a future land use amendment, and a concurrent variance.
Okay, so where's the case number for, why is it only two case numbers on here? Should it? Yes. Okay. It's during practice. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so we just did 012. Okay, so we'll do, okay, I got you. Thank you, Matthew. Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote for, we'll do our next vote, which is going to be for CV 26-003. And let's see. Okay. And that's for the concurrent variance, as a matter of fact. Okay, so we're going to do our next vote for CV 26-003, which is the concurrent variance. Is there approval, denial, or deferral on the floor for us?
Make a motion to deny CV 26-003.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Okay, thank you so much. That will also be heard at the August 11th council meeting, which will be a public hearing. And our last case for this property is going to be CDP 26-005. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to deny case CDP 26-005.
Second.
Come into that mic again for us.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Okay, thank you so much. So that matter will also be heard at the public hearing at the City Council meeting on August 11th. Thank you for your comments today, citizens, and thank you, commissioners. We are now moving on to our next two cases, which is Z26 Z27-001/CDP26-003. Staff, can you please sound the report?
Yes, Z27-001, along with CDP 26-003. The address is 0 Campbellton Road. The applicant is requesting a rezone from Suburban A to M1 and is requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from Suburban 1 neighborhood to industrial zone for the purpose of developing a 1.7 million square foot light industrial warehouse and distribution campus in 7 buildings on 157 acres. This is in Council District 1.
Is it 1 or 3?
3? 1.
Yeah, we put that in error. It's District 1.
Is it 1?
Yeah. Staff is recommending a denial for both requests. As you can see in the recommendations, this did go to the Atlanta Regional Commission for a DRI study. They gave their recommendations as to preserve some areas of land, and simply going from a residential to industrial area for a rezoning and for a future land use amendment is just a bridge too far for us. So that is the basis for our denial. We did update the applicant did provide an updated site plan that hatched out some of the areas on their site, and I do apologize for that. I did not include that in the staff report that you have in front of you, but I did believe I emailed that out to you all last week. Should you all go forward with an approval, we do have 2 conditions in response to that revised site plan. And for the record, I'll just read those conditions out. The rezoning of the property shall be limited to only the portion shown on the unhatched areas of the site plan in Tract A and shall not include any other portion of the roughly 23 acres that touches Campbellton Road. For the avoidance of doubt, Tract 2 shall remain as currently zoned and shall not be included in the proposed rezoning to prevent the encroachment of industrial zone property upon the more residentially and less intense character area along Campbellton Road. And then 2, the applicant, developer, owner shall be required to subdivide Tract 1 from Tract 2 and record such subdivision prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit for the development of this property or any phase or portion therewithin. If we could go to the slide, I will show you exactly where the updated site plan was revised. So on the lower right-hand corner, the applicant has opted to hatch out that area and have it remain R3 and not included with the rezoning. But again, our recommendation is a denial for both requests.
Thank you so much. And you said the recommendations are not,
Yeah, the updated site plan where the applicant hatched out an area where they wanted to remain R3 was not included in your binders, but I did send it out via email last week to you all. My apologies, it was mixed up with the binders.
Okay. It wasn't in the second email that Reggie sent, was it? Or is it?
No, it was in the original.
It's the original one. Okay,
yeah.
cool. Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Is the applicant present today? Oh, okay. Okay. Good evening. Can you please state your first and last name and address for the record, and please start the clock. The public hearing is now open.
Good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. My address is 3630 Peachtree Road, Northeast, Suite 7000, Clark Hill, PLC. Can we get the presentation? All right, thank you. So again, this is a request to rezone the properties as Matthew stated. I just want to make sure it's very clear. You can go to the next slide. That this property is located along Fulton Industrial Boulevard. The loan access to this property is off of Fulton Industrial Boulevard. And we're requesting to rezone the property from Sub-A, Sandtown overlay to Light Industrial and Fulton Industrial Boulevard District overlay, and to amend the comprehensive plan from suburban to the industrial zone. Previously, portions of this property have already been rezoned to light industrial by Planning Commission and by City Council in 2022 and 2024. Since those previous rezonings, my client, the applicant, has acquired additional property immediately adjacent to it to create a cohesive site plan that would be a phased development, again, with access being only on and off of Fulton Industrial Boulevard. So we also had to go through the DRI process, as Matthew stated. The ARC made several recommendations, about this project as a plan to ameliorate stream and environmental impacts and to increase buffering. Since that recommendation has come down, we have met with staff, met with the councilwoman, and have provided a site plan that does show that reduction in consideration of the DRI comments. Next slide, please. So again, in 2022, this was the first site plan approved. Second slide, next slide. In 2024, this plan was approved. Next slide. And in 2026, this is the currently proposed site plan. As you can see in this red hatched area down here, it's roughly 23 acres that abuts to Campbellton Road. The original site plan that we submitted, that may be in your package, I'm not sure exactly what's in your package, but that we originally submitted was for 9 buildings. This currently proposed site plan is for 6 buildings, and it's reduction of square footage by roughly 150,000 square feet, thereabout. We've removed all encroachments into the stream buffers, with the exception of a perpendicular crossing to access the building you see in the top right-hand corner. Those perpendicular crossings are exempt from stream buffer requirements due to their nature of needing to provide access. There's over 500 feet of existing vegetative buffering between the south side of the property and the residentially zoned areas to the south. We also, back in 2024, and again this year, went on a tour of this site in this area to determine whether or not there were visual impacts from the existing industrial in that area on the properties, on the residential properties that are located on Campbellton. There are none. You can't see anything from those areas, at least at the time of the year we were there. Now, I can't speak to what it looks like in the winter or the fall. Obviously leaves fall and things become more visible. But at the time of the year we were there, there was no visibility on the industrial properties that exist in the area right now that are not owned by the applicant. Next slide, please. And so, as I stated earlier, we're requesting to move into the Fulton Industrial Business District Overlay District. As you can see in this small corner, I know the screen is small, but in this little yellow area here where I've highlighted, that little corner of the map shows the property where it's currently located in the Sandtown overlay, immediately adjacent to the Fulton Industrial Business District overlay, with a little bit of a jut. So while Fulton Industrial Boulevard flows up and down the street, the actual lines of the overlays are tied to the properties. And so this is an assemblage of properties that my client is acquiring that they will combine and then further subdivide to be aligned with the industrial that abuts them to the north, to the east, and to the west. So it's industrial on 3 sides of the property right now. Some of that industrial that's abutting is heavy industrial. My client is proposing to rezone to light industrial. Next slide, please. Again, so this is a view of the zoning map of the city of South Fulton, and I've taken the liberty. I'm not a great artist, but I've used the drawing tool on my computer to sort of highlight where this area is more succinctly. Where you can see the jagged line in the middle, that is essentially the line of demarcation between the sites that my client owns that were already zoned light industrial, excuse me, and the property that we're proposing to rezone to light industrial right now, with the red box in the bottom that's roughly 23 acres that will not be rezoned, and it will remain with the current sub-A zoning and its current future land use designation. Next slide, please. So what we've done so far, we filed this application back in October of 2025, went through the DRI process, began meeting with stakeholders in the area, including the Sandtown Neighborhood Community Association on February 26th, met with Zion Hill Baptist Church, who will be one of our neighbors, that's located along Campbellton Road. We held a public participation meeting at Wolf Creek Library on June 2nd. And some of the common themes that we got from those public participation meetings were traffic, what are the jobs and economic impact, and who are the end users, excuse me. And so from a traffic standpoint, there's no appreciable impact on traffic based on the traffic study that was completed as a part of the DRI. Again, the access to this property is located on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. That's a heavily trafficked industrial corridor already, one of the lone industrial corridors where industrial development is appropriate in the city of South Fulton. The jobs and economic development benefit, we're talking about 1,000 to 2,000 permanent jobs. That does not include the temporary construction jobs that will come as a part of this project, and a 30x increase to the tax base. Now, end users is sort of a nuanced thing, excuse me. That flyer is crazy. The end users is sort of a nuanced thing, as most times when you're developing industrial property, your tenants, your end users won't even talk to you until you have entitlements. But what we can tell you is that we're proposing to do light industrial, which means that we're going after users that will not generate noise pollution or any of the nuisances such as obnoxious smells and large environmental impact. Next slide, please. So, why should Planning Commission approve this request? Well, again, as I showed you earlier, the property is abutted on at least 3 sides with industrially zoned property on an industrial corridor. Some of that industrially zoned property is heavy industrial, others of it is light industrial. The limits of our property are directly aligned with that industrial as it comes back off of Fulton Industrial Boulevard. We listened to what the DRI said. We listened to what their final report was. We met with staff and we met with the councilwoman to address those concerns between the last meeting where we were deferred and today. And so we've reduced those buildings from 9 to 6 and reduced the square footage. We've eliminated all of the encroachments into the stream buffers, again, with the exception of with the perpendicular crossing that's exempt from the stream buffer requirements. And we're adding 1,000 to 2,000 permanent jobs. That does not include the temporary construction jobs, and at least a 30x increase to the tax base. Again, significant existing vegetative buffering that will remain as a part of this project. There's a significant stormwater treatment and stormwater planning that has gone into this site where all stormwater will be treated on site. And again, the rezoning does not touch Calverton Road. And I'll end with this really quickly. If there's any place in the city of South Fulton for industrial development, it's on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. I have been in many of these meetings over the course of the last 5 years, and the one thing I hear from opponents to these applications is that it's location, it's location, it's location. And the only location that makes sense in the city of South Fulton that's the most glaring place for industrial is on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. So while the address may show Campbellton, that's because it's an assemblage of properties, and we have to only rezone the properties that we're actually rezoning. So I ask that you take staff's recommendation of the conditions that they've offered as a part of their staff report and send forth a recommendation of approval with those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you pause the clock? Okay, so we're going to put 126 down because it ran a little. Okay. Are there any cards?
Yes, we have a proponent speaker card, Tim Page, and we have an opponent speaker card.
Okay, so perfect. Just 2 cards. Okay, you want to call the first person up?
Proponent or opponent?
Proponent is fine.
Tim Page.
Oh, okay, good day. Yep.
Okay, the opponent is Danny Withers.
Good evening. If you can just state your first and last name and address for the record, and pause that right there. Yeah, she's an opponent. Yes. Yep. Give us 1 second, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much. If you can state your first and last name and address for the record.
Good evening. Danny Withers. I live on 2608 Muscat Court. I live around the corner. A little over a mile from the development. A lot of what I had researched was operating on the last plans they put forth, and I do appreciate that they're trying to account for the stream buffers. But what I'm really concerned about is that the applicant is back for a 3rd time, and every time they come back, they're trying to just eat a little more and more and more into the residential property in the neighborhood. So I understand I live on the edge of an industrial district, but it's a neighborhood that I love, and every industrial district has an edge. But in the freshly minted future land use plan, the edge was clearly demarcated, and this land is planned to stay residential use. The city already changed 73 acres prior, and at that time it might have made sense based on where it was located and what the original plans were. But I'm asking what's so special about this project that the city would amend the future land use plan on such a scale and open the floodgates for every other industrial applicant that wanted to create a bigger industrial zone in the city. We can't do for one and not the other without a very good reason for the city, or it'll face lawsuits from every disgruntled applicant. Unfortunately, I know it's a very precarious line to walk, and I do not envy the people who must make these decisions. I understand that I'm biased, as this is my neighborhood, but I think this place is special. It does not deserve to be covered in warehouses. I appreciate the place warehousing and logistics play in this economy, but I don't want us to develop such a short-sighted tunnel vision that we strip away the power and planning of the future land use plan and move backwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there are no other cards, the applicant has about 1 minute and 26 seconds left of rebuttal time.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments wholeheartedly. I think it's important to note that, again, this property is located and fronts on Fulton Industrial Boulevard. With respect to the future land use plan, I'll say this. This area has been generally the same designation for some time, even predating when the city of South Fulton was a city. And so the way this area geographically is shaped, it does not present a situation where you're going to have a desirable suburban or residential use juxtaposed between large industrial properties and parcels, some being heavy industrial, others being light industrial. So while the city has spent the last 2 years amending their comprehensive land use plan and the future land use map, which I think had done a really good job of taking account of what the community and the neighbors, the citizens of this city want, I think this area here could stand a further look, especially as it pertains to this specific portion of Fulton Industrial Boulevard, where it's very clear to me where you have industrial on both the north, south, east, and across Fulton Industrial Boulevard, that this area is more ripe for industrial development that's done with a conscience and that has the intent to be a good neighbor and protect and respect the residential properties nearby than any other use. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. If there are no other cards, we can go ahead and close the public hearing. We good on cards? Okay. Thank you so much. Commissioners, at this time, we have heard from the applicant and we've heard from the citizen that is against the case. Are there any comments for the applicant? Or any comments or questions? Commissioner Dunn, I recognize you.
Yes, you mentioned that it would be 1,000 to 2,000 permanent jobs. So that's telling me that you have a tenant?
No, sir. What that's saying is with the expected square footage of this site and the scale of development, that's typically going to result in a number of jobs aligned with that number that we've estimated.
Okay, so you're building another empty warehouse.
Well, again, as I stated during the presentation, when you're dealing with industrial warehouse development, getting end users to commit to a project that does not have zoning is nearly impossible. So the zoning kind of comes first in the chain of command, if you will, for securing a tenant. So while there's conversations ongoing and there's prospectus is being put out, somebody that's going to lock in and sign a letter of intent or a lease on this would not happen until after the zoning.
Right, and I understand that. I also know that within a 5-mile radius of this property is over 80 available warehouse spaces already. Mm-hmm. So why would someone choose your warehouse over warehouses that are already ready to roll?
Sure. So many of the warehouses that you see along Fulton Industrial Boulevard now are dated, right? So a lot of these tenants are looking for Class A industrial space, and even still, with the vacancy rates that are on Fulton Industrial Boulevard now, Fulton Industrial Boulevard warehouse or industrial district still remains one of the most highly demanded areas for new industrial users today. So while the vacancy rates may be one thing, the demand for additional new space is still extremely great. Otherwise, my client would not build to the extent where they're proposing to build without there being significant interest and demand in the type of product they're providing.
Yeah, your client already has a warehouse on Fulton Industrial that's vacant, mostly vacant, 227,000 feet. Bridge Logistics, right?
Correct.
Yeah, Transwest Industrial Park.
Transwest Industrial Park?
Yeah. Yes.
Understood. But that, again, going back to my original point, those warehouse buildings are dated to the extent where they're not going to be up to the scale and to the level of class that a new development will present, offering a different size of property that can be delineated or broken down or divided in ways that the existing building cannot be. So this allows for opens the market up for additional users that would not be able to fit into a building like that for buildings like this.
Okay, and Aerotropolis East Logistics Center is also Bridge Logistics, right? It's in South Fulton.
I'll confirm. That's accurate.
And it is a new build like what you're describing now, and it's also empty.
Is that the case? You want to speak to that, Tim?
Hi, I'm Tim Page with Bridge Logistics. We're a national logistics developer. We really like the city of Atlanta. We did just finish one building there, but to be fair, we own many, many buildings all over the country, millions of square feet. We're bullish on this area. We believe in the city of South Fulton. We believe in this project. So it doesn't, we're not bothered by having some vacancy. We have vacancy in many places, but it's a small portion of an overall portfolio. We believe that people will come and they will take the Aerotropolis building. They'll take other properties that we own, and we are really confident that people are going to love what we're doing if you allow us to do it. Over here in FIB, and the buildings that we're going to build are Class A industrial, as institutionally industrial as you can get. The amenities will be super nice, and there will never be a truck that leaves this property and goes to Campbellton Road. There's no access to Campbellton Road. Everything will stay on Fulton Industrial. We designed it that way on purpose. So the degree of thought that we've put into what we are proposing here is vast, and it's been years and years and years. And we're actually quite proud of the fact that we have assembled this property, and many, many families in the city of South Fulton are going to enjoy the benefit of property that has been in their family tree for a long, long time. And some people are actually going to feel the impact of owning land for a long time in the city of South Fulton and enjoy the benefits of that. So we're proud that we're helping those people and the community with what we're bringing to the city.
All right, but what manufacturers are bringing jobs, not just to South Fulton, but back to the U.S., because that's not been the trend?
Well, we are building buildings that we would call more service center oriented. So it'll be more multifamily in nature, or not multifamily, excuse me, multi-tenanted in nature. So these facilities will have several tenants in each of the buildings with office, showroom, the kinds of facilities that actually employ people. I know that I think there was something on the agenda later where there was some discussion about data centers. We're not doing that type of project where we're putting up a big building that employs very few people. There will be, I would say, somewhere between 20 to 25 tenants ultimately who do a variety of different things and will employ people in a variety of different ways. So I'm confident that it's going to generate the jobs that we have done a study to predict. And I'm very confident about the real estate tax implications that is in the order of 30 times what the city of South Fulton currently collects in real estate tax revenue off of the lands that we're assembling. I think that's a good thing for the city.
Do you have a proof of concept of a similar building that you've already developed that is full of tenants?
We have, I provided to Henry a while back a list of tenants that we have in Atlanta, just tenants in Atlanta. And it's a long list. I think there's about 100 people on that list. These are the who's who of people who service our communities and distribute product and, provide the things that we all buy. They tend to gravitate to buildings like ours because of the quality of the buildings and the thoughtfulness, quite frankly, and of what we build, what it looks like. It's a nice place to work. So we're confident that we'll be able to do that again. And I know that there's some vacancy around Atlanta. Competition's a good thing. We're not afraid of it. We think we'll do very well here. And I think that the proof of concept is the product that we own all over the country. And we've done quite well all over the country.
Ma'am, All questions must come to the chair, and right now the public hearing is closed. So if you want to make any comments or any further questions, you'll need to address that at the council meeting next month, okay? Thank you so much.
Yeah, my concern is every developer says the same thing at every meeting about their building is top of the line, state of the art. Everybody's gonna want to be here. Nobody's there. Nobody's there. Everybody's got the same list of tenants that they're working on. Nobody's there. So what makes your product stand out that you can guarantee it's going to be 2,000 jobs there? Because I don't see that happening. Because I see new warehouses all over the city, all over Douglasville, all over Lithia Springs. They look just like what you showed up here, brand new, all empty. There are no jobs coming. So,
respectfully, I do think that we will do quite well. It's hard for me to prove it to you, quite frankly. I can only say to you that we develop in New Jersey, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas, Los Angeles. It's kind of all we do. I mean, we build warehouses. We know what we're doing with it, and we feel like that we've done quite well over the years in building these warehouses, and we kind of know what people want. And I appreciate the fact that you're saying, hey, there's some empty warehouses out there and there's other developers just like us. It's true. I mean, we may all be chasing the same tenants, but I respectfully think that we do it very well, and I think that we'll have success at this project.
I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Commissioner Leverett, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I'll start with, it doesn't matter. I'll start with coming behind him. A lot of warehouses are using temp agencies, and they're not permanent jobs. And they are rotating people on and off the jobs when it's time to convert them to be permanent. And so you are just building and leasing for the tenants. So you can't guarantee there'll be permanent jobs, right?
Well, we can guarantee that there won't be temporary jobs in the traditional sense. Now, there's a temp agency that hires temporary people to come in and fill the same role over and over again. That's still a job that's filled by different people over time. So that would still count as a permanent job. Just maybe not permanent people.
I promise you,
not permanent people.
When they apply for buy a house, temp jobs don't count as permanent.
No, what I'm saying is the job itself, the role itself is permanent. The people may rotate in and out, but the job itself is permanent, and that's what the numbers reflect, not the people, the job itself.
Okay. I also am aware that we are in a world of AI technology and equipment.
Sure.
That is replacing jobs at a rapid pace. So, again, when we are talking about jobs being available, literally days ago, one piece of equipment did 200 hours and processed over 225,000 packages. That removed how many jobs? So if that technology is here today, a year from now, 3 to 5 years from now, those jobs are going to be getting replaced in the warehouses. So we're building today that we know technology is on the way to replace those jobs. So the point of those jobs that we know are not permanent jobs, they're temp jobs. I don't know that that's a good point that we bring in these jobs, because somebody who got let go doesn't have a job the next day because they didn't want to make them permanent, and then they replace them. So the turnover rate is not a good thing. The next thing I want to talk about, why put in for this property to be a warehouse? If the city has areas that are already designated as industrial, why not buy or build in those areas? Why pick areas that are considered residential and then try to convert them? Why not go to the areas that are already designated?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we've rezoned a couple of pieces of property that's just immediately adjacent to this to the parcels that we're attempting to rezone now. It's located on Fulton Industrial Boulevard, one of the most high-demand industrial corridors in the Southeast. That is at least a part of the reason why this parcel was chosen. And again, my point earlier about there needing to be additional look at this parcel with respect to the future land use plan, given what's adjacent to it on both sides and then across the street, that necessitated our desire, at least in part, to want to pursue this project at this site.
All right, because when I drove by it today, the area that I went to was residential.
Did you drive on Campbellton?
I did.
So, can you go back to the slide, Ms. Tomini, showing the crosshatch?
But that's okay. You said the entrance will be on Fulton Industrial.
Yes, ma'am.
Not
But I do want to make sure it's clear that keep going. This portion right here, that touches Campbellton Road. I'm just take the microphone. That's all right. This area right here is Campbellton Road. This area right here is a crosshatch area that will not be included in the rezoning per the conditions, and this is Fulton Industrial Boulevard. So
where's the entrance going to be?
Right here.
To get to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have currently vacant properties, and you said this is the newest type of warehouse. Why not update any of the warehouses you already have? I guess that's a question.
Some of the properties that were previously mentioned, they are also new. They're brand new, never been occupied. So the one in particular was on the other side of the airport, not too far away, but it is very similar in nature, similar style to what we will be building out here. And quite frankly, I would invite all of you to go over and take a look at that property to see how nice it is, and I think it's very business attractive for people, and it's attractive to people who are not necessarily involved in the business in the building. They look good. They are aesthetically pleasing. They are not an old warehouse that comes with sometimes the look of an old warehouse. It's something that we think adds to the landscaping. So.
All right, thank you for clarifying that, because his presentation, he stated those were the older looking warehouses. So you have the newer looking warehouses now.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
long have you had those properties that they've been sitting vacant? That you've completed them? Has it been over a year?
One of them was just completed. We just finished it several months ago. It got its CO. And then we have purchased other properties around Atlanta. One of them that was named is a 3-building complex. It does have some vacancy in it now, but quite frankly, things do happen to tenants. There was a tenant in there that what they do, there was I believe it was a moratorium on the kind of product that they sell, and they can no longer occupy that property. So they moved out. We have some vacancy, but these things happen. There change is good, I suppose, and we had a change there. We have some vacancy, but we'll fill it.
All right, thank you. I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Leverett. Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation this evening, and thank you for your patience with us. So we don't know who the end users are.
Not yet, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, we do have a list of potential end users that we'll be glad to share.
We have a list.
Yeah.
But we don't have contracts or anything etched in stone that says this or these are the services or the products that are going to be. This is the business that's going to be taking place here. We can't answer that today.
Correct.
Okay. What gets me is on the staff report, this says, and this is taken from the application, distribution campus in 7 buildings. A campus. and we don't know who's occupying. All we have is a list. We don't have anything tangible. We don't have any contracts signed. And we're building a campus. You mentioned that we're not going to have the residents, the community, right? Because we talk about being a community partner.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that there is not going to be any noise or any smells. But yet we're building a campus. And the campus is going to have trucks, tractor trailers, different vehicles, emissions, smog, all of those things. But then again, we don't know if they're going to have that because we don't have any tenants. We don't have any contracts. Am I? Please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is what I'm getting. This is what I'm hearing.
Well, to your I think it was your second point with respect to noise and sound. What I was stating was that the existing vegetative buffering that is on the property now will remain to help reduce those impacts from noise and sound. I wasn't saying it was being eliminated. It's being reduced by the existing vegetative buffering and the way the property is designed relative to the residential. So I want to make sure there's not a misrepresentation there.
Okay.
On my part.
Right. No, and I appreciate that because that leads me right into my next question. That portion on Campbellton Road where there are South Fulton residents. That's 500. You said that's how?
At least
what
500
acreage?
feet. You're talking about the actual red portion?
Mm-hmm.
That's 23 plus or minus acres.
23 acres. Okay. And because the developer, what I'm hearing is 23 acres, plus or minus, is being offered to South Fulton,
What do you mean being offered?
meaning we're not going to build any buildings back here. We're going to go ahead and give you all roughly 23 acres as a buffer. We're not going to build a building back there.
Okay.
Right? As a buffer for some of the sounds or the noises or the smells, right? We're going to give you that buffer.
Well, for clarity, I was speaking about not only that, but the rest of the buffering around the edge of the property as well.
Right. But I'm going to go ahead and focus right into that,
Sure.
that red area.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to stay right there. And within that red area, we're getting a buffer to those homes right there, right across Campbellton, right? We're going to get a buffer. And we're also going to get tax incentives as the city.
We haven't applied for any tax incentives, nor will we.
But we already know that, when industrial comes in, and this was on one of your other slides, that light industrial is supposed to be one of the highest tax. It is on your slide.
Correct,
Right
that's
there,
correct.
Right? So South Fulton is getting that. They're getting a 23-acre buffer. They're getting Class A facilities, a campus, I should say, that's empty. Maybe not for long, maybe for long, but we don't know yet. A potential of jobs, but we don't know where that price point is. We don't know what that looks like in terms of the number. And when I say price point, I'm talking about salaries.
Salary, I understand, yeah.
We don't know what that's going to be.
Sure.
It's a potential. But what we don't know, even though the developer has been within our city for quite some time, we're getting these things, but we don't even know who's going to develop or who's going to build. And whoever builds, I wonder if it's going to be anyone that lives here.
Sure. So my client is.
Because we can say today, yes, but there's nothing that has been presented that says, you know what, we're not going to just give you 23 acres, but we're going to guarantee that because we want to be a community partner, we're going to make sure that your residents have first access at these jobs. We're talking about it, but we don't have anything that says we are putting you first.
Sure.
Because we've been here.
Understood.
And I think it's very important for the applicant, for you all to represent that. Because all we're hearing is what we've always heard. We're not hearing anything that says we want to be a differentiating community partner. All we're getting is 23 acres. I don't hear anything else, but I'd love to.
Excuse me, sir. So just for clarity, I do want to say that it is really common for the developer to not necessarily have a tenant. It is really, really common. And it's unfortunate that these warehouses do come and then they don't have a tenant and they sit and like he said, they don't have a letter of intent at this point. They do have a list. It would be nice to see the list, just to kind of get an idea. I don't think it would clear anyone's minds exactly, but it would give, I guess, folks an idea, or the commissioners an idea specifically of what could potentially come there. I know for the M1, I was just reading what can actually. What it's intended for, and it was manufacturing, fabricating, warehousing, distributing, flex office. It's a lot of different things. So I'm curious the same thing of what could possibly come there, but at the same time it's hard to base. I think as a commission it would be really hard to base what you decide tonight based on a letter of intent or something like that, because we're not going to get that right now. That's just what it is. But in regards to the acreage, though, I just want to clarify, just so no one gets confused, that we're not necessarily. How do I say this? Give me 1 second. Where is that wording at? Let me see. It was in Matthew's email. I just want to make sure for clarity for the 23 acres, just so no one gets confused. So I know you were saying that South Fulton's going to get, the 23 acre buffer, but that's not really the case. I just want to make sure we're using the right terminology because it may confuse people. But I get what your logic is though, but it's basically, they're not including if we move forward, hypothetically speaking, if we move forward and you guys did a motion and you guys took staff's recommendation, their recommendation was that the 23 acres would not be a part of the rezoning. Correct. So it would not be touched. So I just want to make sure for clarity, we understand that it's not really like a buffer, it's just not being touched at all, just for clarity. So, yeah. But did you get your answers? Your questions pretty much answered? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I yield unless there's something you wanted to, answer, but that's,
no, ma'am.
I yield. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay.
Madam Chairman. Hold on. I think my client wanted to say something.
Okay, give me 1 second, sir. Assistant City Attorney, I recognize you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's comments. I would just like to just remind the commissioners that many of the questions that have been asked are more from an economic development standpoint, and we would like for the commission to focus more on the land development issues going forward.
And I can agree with that, because some of the questions are really, really great questions that y'all are asking, but some of those things are more of a partnership, that have to eventually come, and not necessarily on his end of things that he's just a developer, but what they end up coming to agreement with as far as with the city and what they can offer to the citizens will be another conversation that would be had further down the line. So that was great. Great questions. Commissioner Jefferson, did you have any questions?
Yeah,
or
most
comments?
of my questions have already been answered, so I yield.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Jefferson. Commissioner Barrett Washington, do you have any questions or comments?
I have one question for staff. I think you said earlier that there would be, if we move forward, that you would want to put two stipulations.
Can you come a little bit closer, Commissioner Barrett
You want
Washington?
to put two stipulations on it. One was to leave that 23 acres alone. What was the other recommendation?
That the applicant will be required to subdivide track 1 from track 2 and record subdivision prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit for the development of this property or any phase or portion therewithin. So they wouldn't be able to get an LDP until that separation occurred, if you all approve it.
And may I ask a question of the county attorney? I heard what you said about not getting over into economic development issues, but would it be appropriate to talk about adding a restriction that jobs, construction, et cetera, be a part of this as a recommendation?
I'm going to ask Matthew to.
Yes, you all can add that condition, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you repeat the question? I just want to hear what you said. Just want to make sure I didn't miss that.
I was just asking because you made the very valid point about where the jobs, construction jobs, employment jobs, would it be an appropriate stipulation if we decided to approve this, that one of the stipulations might be that, jobs would be first come for residents of the city of South Fulton, whether it's construction of the warehouses or employment in the warehouses, or some sort of a recommendation that, or stipulation that people who live in the area would get first dibs at the jobs, is what I'm saying. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I was asking the county attorney.
I will say that we do have a provision in our code to favor people who reside within the city, but that's more so not necessarily for a job, because we couldn't restrict who a private entity hires. We could offer a favoritism to a favored status to a developer who also was a resident of the city under our code, but we wouldn't be able to restrict who a private enterprise hires and fires.
But who they what's the word I'm looking for? Who they welcome, I guess, into the property. I mean, who they're recruiting into the property to do some of the construction. I mean, you got everything from construction work to subsequent employment.
Right. So for the standpoint of who would build the buildings and those types of things,
exactly.
Within our code, there is provisions for preferences for residents of the city.
Okay. Commissioner Barrett Washington, do you yield? Are you having more? Okay, thank you so much. Commissioners, are there any other questions for the applicant or staff at this time? Okay, so hearing none, we can go ahead and take our first vote, which is going to be on staff's finding of fact for cases Z26-012/CDP 26005. And before we throw out the motion, I just want to make sure you all remember Matthew had a recommendation on the one that was sent via email, so just keep that in mind when we do the next motion. If I need to pass my phone down, we can, because I have it pulled up already for the staff recommendation in case. So right now we're just voting on staff's finding of fact. Is there a motion?
I motion to accept staff finding this fact.
A second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Yay.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. So that is approved. And then we are going to take a vote on two cases. So we're going to start with Z26-001. Is there a motion?
I motion to deny Z26-001.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. So the ayes have it. So that recommendation of denial will go forward to the public hearing at the August 11th council meeting. Yes, sir.
Point of clarification.
Sure.
There's two requests, so you all have to take two separate votes.
Oh, yes, I know. Yeah. Oh, no, we're good. I'm on it. We're going to CDP next. We're good. Okay. Okay. So now we are going to take our second vote, which is going to be on CDP 26-003. Is there a motion on the floor for an approval, denial, or deferral?
Motion to deny CDP 26-003.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you so much. So the ayes have it, and that case as well will be heard at the August 11th public hearing for the council meeting. I'm sorry, August 11th council meeting, and it will be a public hearing. Thank you so much, applicants and citizens, for giving your feedback tonight. Couldn't get the word out. Your feedback tonight. Okay, we still have a few cases left. So next, we're going to move on to Z26-0104/CV26-002, 7490 Butner Road. Staff, can you please sound the report?
Yes, KZ26-010, along with CV26-002. Again, the address is 7490 Butner Road. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from CUP to SH, which is our senior housing district, along with a concurrent variance to eliminate the 50-foot zoning buffer and improvement setback on the northwestern tip and reduce the 50-foot buffer to 25 feet on the western property line to develop 50 unit mixed residential senior community for residencies ages 62 and older on approximately 13.8 acres. This is in City Council District 4. Staff is recommending approval conditional, and those two conditions are that the development is conditioned to the site plan presented to the CDRA staff and is attached here within, and that the regulations of the Clifton Dune Overlay District shall be adhered to. Again, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you so much. Just for clarity, I see there's a PC recommendation, so.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to,
This
last
case
time it was 30
deferred at the June 17th Planning Commission.
Okay.
And this is the 30 days, so this is that next hearing.
Okay, got it. Okay, is the applicant present? Matthew, was that a staff deferral or was it planning commission? Who deferred it? Oh, okay, got it. Thanks. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Josh Mahoney, Battle Law PC, 3562 Habersham North Lake in Tucker, Georgia. I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant. As we were all just talking about, I was here about a month ago, and I presented at that time our application to rezone property from CUP to SH to allow for a 50-unit senior housing development. I'm just going to gloss over what we talked about last time. I don't want to waste our time. You'll recall that we are looking to do 50 units. Some of those will be cottages. Others will be one-story townhomes. And you'll also recall that this property was a part of a larger planned development from back in 2006. That property was rezoned. The property was rezoned in 2006, but that 133-unit plan was never developed. The property has sat vacant since, and my client has gained control of just this one piece of that overall plan, and so now we're trying to move forward with something that will help the city. You will recall at that hearing we discussed briefly that there is a cemetery nearby on the northern property line. I mention that now because when I get to the latest update, it is relevant. And then last but not least, you will recall that you recommended or you asked for a deferral of this matter to today, and you gave me some very specific things to take a look at for you. And so I am back here today to address the concerns that you gave me. So a month ago, you asked me if we could review the AARP Home Fit Guide prior to building. I think that came from you. I got with my team, and they told me that, yes, we can absolutely do that. Prior to building the homes, we can review that and see if we can, or look to incorporate those guidelines into our homes. What we can also do is, one of the other things you all asked me to take a look at was, there's a pavilion on our plan. You all asked me to see if we could make that also senior-oriented, whether it be through design or the furniture, things like that. So in the same vein as my last answer, the answer to that is also yes. We will see if we can get some inspiration from the Home Fit Guide and other sources to make sure that that is suitable for our seniors. You all asked me if we could do carports and garages here. And what I'm going to do now, if we could go to the site plan, because unfortunately the answer to this is actually no, but there's a very good reason for it. Not this site plan, this is the old site plan. Okay, this is perfect. So I was working with my engineer. I presented this question to him. And given the space that we have to develop, in order to make a carport or a garage work, especially on these cottage units, what we would need to do is draw the lot line so that the new road that we're building is actually on a private lot. So that piece, that slice of road, would be owned by that homeowner. And if something were to happen to the road, well, now we have kind of a nightmare when it comes to trying to fix the road. So as I was reviewing that with him and thinking about the repercussions of that, I didn't think this was something that a senior community, that burden is not something that the senior community really needed to have on them. And so what that means, unfortunately, is that we cannot do the carport or garage, but we can stick with this plan. And what we can do with this plan is have the driveway come up as close to the house as possible to reduce the amount of space or the distance anybody would have to walk to their individual unit. Y'all asked me if we could try to amenitize this stormwater pond. And I'm not sure I remember who exactly asked me that. So this was something I pushed for specifically with my engineer as well. And unfortunately, we have an issue. We can't do it safely. That is the low point on the property. So the stormwater does have to go there. And the issue with that corner of the property is that we're sloping down because off to the west here, there is a stream, right? There's a floodplain off to the east, excuse me. And so the land is naturally sloping down that way. And so if we were to put green space in that bottom right corner, we would have to grade it in such a way that it would require stairs or a very steep slope to even access it. And when I was talking to you all last month, you all told me that we were concerned a little bit about having stairs on our units, wanting to pull from the Home Fit Guide again. And so I wasn't sure y'all would be in favor of having a large staircase or a steep slope down to a green space. So we decided to leave the storm water as it is, just to make sure that we're not creating a dangerous situation for our seniors. Y'all asked me if the units could be owner occupied, and I want to kind of pose a question back. I can't remember who exactly posed it, but the idea behind that request, it seemed to me, was that there was a fear that folks who weren't meeting that age requirement would move in, or you know, a senior would buy the unit and then try to rent it, and then maybe somebody who maybe they're 57 or they're not quite hitting that 62 number would move in. And so what I did was I went back and I spoke with our senior attorney to see if there was a solution to this. And I learned that when we have a senior housing community, it's the HOA that is required to ensure that the resident who's living in the unit is of age and is allowed to live there. And that's attached to the zoning, right? We don't need a condition for that. That's built into the SH zoning district itself. And so what that means is, do they need to be owner occupied? I don't think the answer is yes. I think we could say that the zoning and the HOA will take care of that for us. It's built in to protect folks who are, you know, who this is designed for, 62 and up. Those are the only people that can live there. You know, the HOA can do like a mini neighborhood census or something to determine, hey, you live here, prove that you're 62 and up, and they can police it that way, which is good news, because I think that is a better solution than, you know, saying it can only be owner occupied. And that's actually all you gave me last month. But I did mention in my presentation the cemetery. So I received word just today, maybe 3 o'clock, that the City of South Fulton Historic and Cultural Landmarks Commission has looked at this application, and they've expressed some concern about the cemetery that's on the northern property line of our project. They wrote directly to Council Member Sebastian. This is his district, so they wrote directly to him. And they didn't ask us not to build. They asked for conditions to protect the cemetery. Of course, we all know conditions only attach when an application is approved. So if our application is approved, then we could abide by these conditions. I'm going to kind of go over them very quickly. Basically, they've asked us to hire an archaeologist to do a survey that would include ground penetrating radar. What this does is it allows us to find the exact border of the cemetery so that we can avoid it, right? So we can kind of build away from it. And I'm happy to say, we've actually already reached out to a couple of archaeologists to engage them. We haven't signed up with anybody yet, but we're already working on doing this, so we're good with that. They've asked us to, as we're building, have a highly visible protective fence, kind of like a silk fence, but orange, very visible, so that when builders are coming in and out, they can see where they're not supposed to go and go around it. Again, no problem with that. They've asked us to record a permanent access easement so that family members or people with family members in the cemetery can visit. Again, also fine. We can provide that. And then last, they actually asked for a buffer, a 50-foot buffer from the edge of the cemetery, and I think it's potentially onto our property. And we're happy to explore this, but I can't say for sure that we can say yes right now. Part of our application is that we're seeking a reduction in the 50-foot Cliftondale overlay buffer for our entrance, because our entrance is only 100 feet wide, and we've got 50 feet buffers coming from both sides, which means we don't have access to our site without that variance. What they're asking to do essentially is reinstate the 50-foot buffer from the north.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
I'm sorry you're out of time right now.
Thank you.
No problem. And I totally forgot to state that the public hearing had opened at the time the gentleman started talking. So just as a FYI, the public hearing is open, and we're going to move on to our cards at this point.
We have 6 cards in opposition.
Okay. You want to go ahead and call those?
Mike Johnson, Alvin Reynolds, Christy Tyson, represent. Charles Mitchell. And Christy Tyson.
Okay. That's all. Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. If you can state your name and address for the record.
All right, Mike Johnson, District 4, Camberton, Fathom Road. First of all, I'd like to say, appreciate you guys. I know what you guys are going through for dedicating this kind of time and putting the effort into paying attention and the due diligence that's needed to make these decisions. So I appreciate you guys if y'all don't hear it from nobody else. First of all, we're in opposition to this. I don't know who Josh actually spoke to as far as who asked the requirements. None of the residents that I spoke to, I live about less than a minute from this particular property. And it's 13 acres. I heard no one mention exactly the square footage of it, but it's about 13.8 acres that they're trying to jam 50 units on.
Can you come a little closer to the mic so I can amplify, please?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
All right. We won't have that problem again. It's about 50 units that they're trying to jam onto 13 acres, 13.8 acres. None of us in that particular area supports this. None of us want this. And then to hear him say something about rental units, that particular area, you got $2 million homes. You got $1 million homes 30 seconds away from there. You got Hampton Oaks right behind it. None of us want rental units in that particular area. We love our seniors. We love our seniors so much to the point to where we all voted to give our seniors a tax break on the school system. But the issue that we have here is our school system is bursting at the seams. Langston Hughes and Westlake, both of those schools are having to purge students out of those particular areas, and 50 units being jammed on a 13-acre lot is an issue because the school system would not make the money that's much needed for that area for our beloved seniors. So that's a no-go for us right there. As he stated, there's a cemetery right there. Trying to eliminate that 50-foot buffer. I mean, some of those graves been there since the 1800, for 100, 200 years. Who knows how much one has shifted? And to be totally honest with you, I heard them mention about the rezoning that took place back in 2006. It included those 13.8 acres plus another 50-plus acres that put 133 homes. That was more susceptible, I guess, until someone got to realizing that that was a flood zone, a floodplain area. But that's beside the point. When this gentleman Baker bought that particular property in 2022 for $225,000, it was zoned as what it is. He knew what it was when he purchased it, and if you couldn't do anything with what it was currently zoned at, I think it's reckless and irresponsible for anyone to think that we're going to accept what they're doing now. I personally do not believe that the gentleman intends on really developing that property. I think what they're attempting to do, because I've seen it listed for $2 million at one instance, is get it rezoned just so they could possibly resell it for a much higher price. It does nothing for our particular neighborhood. Out of respect for time, I'm going to yield so my neighbors can also get their point of view, and I appreciate you guys' attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we pause the clock? Okay. Who's next, Karen?
Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening.
Good evening. In the interest, we're going to shuffle our folks a little bit real quick. My name is Charles Mitchell. I am chair of the Historic Cultural Landmarks Commission that we talked about just a few minutes ago. I am in District 4, and yes, we did send comments thinking that this item was going to be on the city council meeting last night. So we submitted our comments, and several things that came out in our discussions. We were not approached about this project, and so we were having to look at the information that was provided on the website, and it was kind of fuzzy and it was very hard to discern what was going on. But we are indeed concerned about the cemetery on the adjoining property. We oppose a variance to reduction in the buffer. We had a hard time understanding why a cemetery on the adjoining property would justify a hardship to reduce or allow the reduction of the buffer when the buffer is there to help protect that cemetery. It did not make sense. And I am still swimming a little bit by trying to understand, if we're not going to have homeowners in this project, how do we have an HOA? But anyway, the other items that we have issue with would be maybe if they are seeking this variance and going to a reduction, maybe they suspect that they may have graves on their property. And for that reason, we brought up the fact that these requirements he mentioned a moment ago are actually state code. It's OCGA 36-72, which addresses land development associated with cemeteries and burials. And there is a specific list, about 16 items in that code that stipulate what has to be done. We would request that no matter what happens, that they move ahead with compliance with that state code. And that would protect that cemetery. Indeed, there are burials back into the 1700s in that property. So if I may change hats real fast, Marcus Carter, who is the president of the Cliftondale Homeowners Association, is in the hospital with his mother. And he asked me to say a few words on behalf of Cliftondale Community Club. One thing that we were never approached by the developer to inform us of this project that's within the Cliftondale overlay. Several things that we noted, though, based on the information provided on the city website, is that one of the issues that was brought up just a moment ago, that there are no enclosed or covered areas for parking on this project for seniors, meaning that they would have to go out in inclement weather to get into their cars. This doesn't seem like an appropriate senior housing concept for us. Also, there are very few amenities in this area that will support senior housing at this location. We felt that that was kind of, senior housing is a great idea, but there are appropriate locations for it. This may not be the one. And so we were looking at that and saying, well, maybe we need to do something else here, maybe even utilize existing CUP. Is currently zoned and can be developed that way. Further, Cliftondale was concerned that it seems too often we're seeing more and more requests for elimination or reduction in buffers. The buffers are there to provide green space between developments and existing private owner homes or residential properties. So we are respectfully requesting that that be denied. So I do know it lends to some issues with the access to the property, but there are some other alternatives that can be achieved to gain access to this property. They just need to come out and explore that a little bit more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Okay. And please state your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Good evening, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place. I'm in Riverdale, Georgia. I reside in District 7. But when I looked at this case, I was compelled to have to come before you and speak. And one of the concerns have already been brought, and many of them are safety concerns. When you're talking about, and I need people to start to focus on this, because it's all too often we bring ourselves to hear reduction of the buffers and removal of buffers. We're going to have to start to take this serious about not allowing this to take place. When we talk about senior housing, we're cramming this development into a little small space. We care about our seniors, so we need to make them as comfortable as possible in their later days. And this here is not a perfect fit for it. So my concern here was about the buffers being reduced and being removed. We talked about the cemetery being there. I don't know. I asked my mother if she wanted to downsize her home, and she said she would love to, but she did not want to live next to a cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other cards, Karen?
Christy Tyson.
Barrett, cut the clock off.
I think there are two cards for the same person, Christy Tyson.
Okay. Is Christy present? Okay. No? Okay. Thank you so much. So at this time, we can go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, if you have any questions or comments, I'll go ahead and just start with Commissioner Dunn. Commissioner Dunn, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Not at the moment.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Leverett? Okay, I recognize you.
Thank you. All righty. So, previously you stated, I asked you, what is the pricing for the housing? Has that changed from $300,000 starting?
So these are for sale. I heard some folks say that maybe rental. These are for sale. The word I got today was mid 3s to 4.
I didn't hear you.
The mid 3s to 4 is the word I got today.
So now it's mid 3s to 4. And so originally you said it was due to your research.
So I specifically asked my client today what they're projecting, and that's what they told me. So it's based on their research now. I haven't reviewed it.
I would love to see what that research is, where they're getting that from.
Sure.
That is the affordable housing rate for senior citizens. because to me, that's the regular housing rate. And for it to be, then it's not affordable, it's just, that's what they're charging.
Understood. Yeah, I can get that over.
Alrighty. So I just want to make that distinction that a lot of seniors in 60s are not looking to buy $300,000-$400,000 houses as their last home. So I want to have a conversation about it. Is this really affordable for that age group? I also want to know what is the size of these cottage homes, because I don't recall getting an actual square footage.
Sure. So SH has minimums that we have to meet, and I think we're probably aiming at those to try to keep them affordable. So the cottages, the minimum is 1,100 square feet.
Okay, so 1,100 square feet for the cottage.
Yes.
Starting 300-ish. And then what's the square footage for the townhomes?
And minimum there is 900, and we can go up from there, but that's the floor.
So the townhomes will be starting 900 square feet.
That's right.
And they'll be at the same price point?
I didn't ask that specifically. I apologize. Maybe I can get that for you.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and say they're probably going to be pretty close, since it's all one development.
Is there
different products, so maybe a little less.
Is this their first senior housing development?
As far as I know, yes.
So they are agreeable to working with the home fit recommendations. Did they state which ones they were going to follow?
They did not say specifically. I just said, hey, here's a guide. Is this something that you can follow? And they told me yes.
The zoning is the zoning. Why not build according to the zoning? Why ask to adjust the zoning? Why not work with what the zoning is and build according to that?
That's a great question. Could we actually flip over to the old site plan? Okay, perfect. I'm going to steal a trick I saw from the other attorney. My client's property is roughly this section here, and the 2006 zoning encompassed much more land. And so if we were to build according to the 2006 zoning, technically we have to build this plan, but we can't. We don't have that land. We just can't do that. These are two totally different projects. I think this is something closer to, I think it was 60 acres. We've got just under 14. And so the zoning actually has us kind of stuck. We can't build this, but at the same time, this is the only thing we're allowed to build under the law. We need to change it.
So that's my point I'm going back to. So you're saying the only thing under the law you can build there is senior housing, no other kind of housing?
Today, the only thing we can build is that.
Senior housing?
No, today, as zoned, this is not senior housing.
I know, I'm saying to you today, you're saying the only thing you can build is senior housing. There's no other kind of housing that could be built there.
No, what I'm saying is today, under the law, this project is all we can build. We want to change it to try to do a senior housing project because we, in reviewing the city's comp plan, senior housing, as well as other housing types is a stated goal. And we thought we could try to contribute to that senior housing goal.
At that price point?
Again, yeah. So that's what I was given. I can go back and have them double check it.
If the buffers are not removed or granted, then what?
Yeah, that's another point I heard. So if we could flip back to our site plan, it was stated that some folks thought maybe the cemetery was the cause of the need for the buffer reduction. That's not true. Here we are right here. So you'll notice that we've only got access onto Butner Road from a very small strip of land up there in the northwest. That strip of land is about 98 feet wide. And we've got property, immediately to the west of us is zoned residentially, CUP. And the property to the north of us, I think, is agriculture. What that means, though, is the Cliftondale overlay applies, and they ask us to do a 50-foot buffer where there's residentially used or zoned property, which means we've got a 50-foot buffer coming from the south side of that little strip and a 50-foot buffer coming from the north side of that little strip. Now, I just told you that strip of land is only 98 feet wide, which means that buffer covers the entire strip of land. If we don't get that reduced, we don't have access to our parcel, period.
Have you considered asking your neighbor to sell you the additional land space you need to make the proper lanes?
I would have that would be a totally different question. I don't think that has been something that they can do. I can ask them to see if they can reapproach and see if that's an option, but as of right now, that hasn't been an option. Believe me, that would be a much better option than this. We understand that.
I yield.
Commissioner Williams, I recognize you.
I'll make it quick. Thank you for coming back.
Of course.
And thank you for being patient this evening. It's just unfortunate that the townhomes are not going to have those that parking close by. It's very unfortunate, and to know that we're still looking at the high 300s for something that's 900 square feet, and our seniors are going to have to walk in the rain to get to their car or carry groceries. It's just unfortunate.
Sure.
But we do thank you for coming back with that information.
Of course.
I yield.
Okay, I do have one quick question. I know you just mentioned that, Commissioner Leverett had mentioned a question about the cemetery and the buffers, and you were saying, well, that's not true of the reasoning of why you need the concurrent variances. However, the application that Battle Law submitted has that as like the main, that's like point number one, is that, the existing cemetery located along the north boundary line makes the line of entrance into the subject, I guess, an issue. So I'm not sure of if something has changed from the reasoning from the concurrent variances, because it's also in the stuff that staff sent over to us as well, saying that was one of the reasons, that was like one of the main reasons. So has something changed that the cemetery is not an issue now for the reason for the concurrent variances?
So we can think about these as two arguments. They stand alone. The width, if there was no cemetery there, the width itself would be enough for us to request the variance because we just don't have access to the site. So that stands on its own. The cemetery is there. However, we're working with our archaeologists to delineate exactly where it is. And so, because there's visible graves, there may also be graves that we can't see. It's there, it is an issue, it needs to be dealt with. And so we put in there, hey, this is something to flag, this is causing an issue. However, because it's not delineated, I can't say for sure exactly how far-reaching it is. We got the recommendation from the commission to get that archaeology study done. We're already on it, and so we're going to have that information. However, completely aside, the width still requires the variance.
Okay. Can you restate the name of the board or the historic board?
Yes, the gentleman was up here a moment ago. City of South Fulton Historic and Cultural Landmarks Commission.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And as far as the recommendations that they made, I know that we don't have them here today because you received them today. Is there a way that you can forward them to Matthew really quick so that he can forward them to us, so we can see them? Because if we're considering the case right now, it would be nice for us to visually see what those recommendations are, to see if the commission wants to include that in their motion as well. Because they sounded like some really good conditions.
Okay. I can forward them. I can't forward them right this moment, but I can get them over to Matthew. I can get them to you. Alternatively, they're kind of long. I could read them.
Yeah, we need a copy, because we would, if we were considering those items or those conditions, we would want to put that into the motion tonight. So that's why I'm asking for them.
Well, I'll go ahead and say this: if you are willing to make a motion to approve, you can go ahead and add them in. We'll just work with them as they've been written.
Okay. So I would still need to see them because I still don't know what what that even reads like. Is there a reason you can't send them now? You can even send them to me, and I don't mind. Somebody needs them. Because it sounds like, it might be something to consider. And then as far as the 2 concurrent variances that you're asking for, are you actually, and please forgive me because I can't remember every single thing that you said with the conditions, but from the conditions that were submitted from the commission, do you need the concurrent variances? Because it sounded like they were not trying to impede in the buffer. So I'm trying to.
We do. So the one variance I mentioned is for the access onto the site.
Okay.
We absolutely need that. Without it, we can't go from the street to the property.
Right.
The other one is just along the western boundary here. We are, it's a 50-foot undisturbed buffer is what required. We're asking on that one that we do a 25-foot undisturbed buffer, and then we'll have the other 25 feet disturbed because we need to grade and replant. So effectively, it will still be a buffer. It's just that we need to do some grading over there. Our engineers told us that we need to get that straightened out. But by the time we're done, we'll still have 50 feet of buffer. It's just that half of it will have been disturbed.
Okay. And while we're waiting on you to send that over, hope you can multitask. I'm going to yield for a second, and I'm going to go ahead, while you guys are getting that email sent through, I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner Jefferson ask any questions or comments that he may have in the meantime.
Comment and a question. As a builder, I build houses and also I flip houses. Okay. And if you do the math on just $350 per on the price point, 1,100 square feet, that's $318 per square feet. So that's really high for a senior citizen.
Okay. I'm gonna. I hate to interrupt you, and I apologize for that. But again, I would like for the commission to focus on the land use issues, because a lot of the issues that we're talking about and a lot of the issues that we're talking about over and over and over again are like affordability. Those are economic development issues, and it's good information for the city council to consider. But for this commission, we really need you to focus on land use issues.
So one more question I have, based on the price point, have y'all considered percentage of the housing as affordable?
I think it's floated around, but we can revisit it for sure. So when we say affordable, we mean what, 80% of?
I mean, 80%, 70% of the age of the senior citizen that qualify to actually be in those communities.
Say one more time.
Affordable housing. So
affordable housing, so it's 80% of the, is it just the area income?
Yes.
Would be, okay.
That's correct, that's correct. And I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jefferson. Commissioner Barrett Washington, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
I do not.
Okay, thank you so much. And was that email?
Sending it right now.
Sending it? Okay.
I've been,
Is it coming to is it going to come to everybody?
it's good.
Just me? Okay. You going to come to you and then? Oh, okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that those items are from the South Fulton Historic Cultural Landmarks Commission. I think that would be good to include, possibly.
Point of clarification,
Sure.
The guy who spoke to that earlier wants to state that to make it plain exactly what they're asking for.
Okay, sure.
Thank you for your consideration. The HCLC is requesting that the developer be required to comply with the required state code, which is 36-72. And it stipulates what has to be done for developing a property associated with a cemetery or a burial. And that is what we're asking, that they are required to comply with the state code that they would normally have to be required. I have to yield to the to council here as to what they would have to do, but it is a state code.
What I would say to that is that if it's a valid state code, it's not necessary for the commission or the zoning to state that they have to adhere to that. If the state law is in effect, they have to adhere to it, whether we say they do or not. They still have to adhere to it.
But it impacts what they're trying to do. That's the issue.
Right, and if they can't do what they're doing and comply with the law, they can't do it. But it's not necessarily necessary for us to state in writing they have to comply with this law, because they have to comply with the law whether we say so or not.
I understand, but just making the commission aware that there is a law that has an impact on what they're trying to do.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And just for clarity, thank you so much, Assistant City Attorney. It appears, just from a high-level overview, the State Code Chapter 3672 really pertains to abandoned cemeteries and burial grounds, basically when someone is actually trying to disturb it. I don't think at this point they're trying to disturb the burial site. So the rules or what's under the code is basically for those that are trying to disturb it. So while I'm glad that we got some background with that code now. But at this point, from what I'm reading on the application, I don't think that's the case of them trying to disturb. They're just asking for the buffer at this point. If they were trying to disturb, then that would take it, I think, to a whole nother level. And then like Assistant City Attorney said, then it would be required anyway. So it's not like we would have to give those rules. So I think those requirements. So I think at this time, based on that, I don't think it's necessary for us to even put those code requirements into our recommendation or even consider them, honestly. I think it might be actually a waste of time, just knowing that, again, it's only for abandoned cemeteries and burial grounds for developers who need to obtain a permit before actually disturbing the cemetery. So this is not relevant to this case. So at this time, are there any more cards? Okay. So at this time, the public hearing is closed. We are going to go ahead and vote on staff's findings of fact. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve staff's findings of fact.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Nay.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you so much. So the ayes have it on the staff's finding of fact. That's awesome. So we will now move on to the approval, denial, or deferral of Z26-010, and we also have another case as well that we'll have to vote on, so we will need to do 2 votes for this. Is there a approval, denial, or deferral for Z26-010?
I make a motion to deny Z26-010.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. So that is a recommendation for denial to be heard at the August 11th City Council meeting, which will be a public hearing for that case. And next, we're going to vote on CV 26-002. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to deny CV 26-002.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington. Aye. Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. So that is a denial on both cases. So the CV 26-002 will also be heard at a public hearing on August 11th at the City Council meeting. Thank you so much. We are moving on to new business, and our first case in new business is U26-006. Staff, please sound the report.
U26-006, the address is 4269 Stonewall Tail Road. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to create a community-centered marketplace featuring local produce, agricultural goods, artisan products, nursery items, and farm-related merchandise, and similarly customary farmers markets offerings in AG1, This is in City Council District 3. Staff is recommending approval conditional. Those conditions are that the special use permit is not transferable, and that the permit is required, and that the permittee is required to maintain a valid City of South Fulton business license in order to operate a farmer's market. Again, staff is recommending approval.
Thank you so much, staff. Is the applicant present today? Okay, how are you? Come on up. Okay. Okay, and the public hearing is now open. Can you go ahead and start the clock? You can state your first and last name and address for the record.
My name is David Renfro, and I'm at 4269 Stonewall Tell Road. Pardon? I what?
You can go ahead.
Oh, okay.
With your presentation. Do you have a presentation for us?
Yeah, I got the
Okay.
nice little
Okay.
slide going on there. Yeah, it's beautiful. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Renfro, authorized representative for property owner Misha Thomas. This presentation is for case U26006 at 4269 Stonewall Tell Road. The request before you is approval of a special use permit for a farmer's market use only. No rezoning is requested, and we are focused today only on the farmer's market. Slide 2. The first point is scope. We're asking for a special use permit for the farmer's market only. The property is already zoned AG1, and no rezoning is being requested. We're not requesting any concurrent variances. The presentation stays focused on whether this property is appropriate for a controlled daytime farmer's market. Slide 3, sorry. This property already contains open land. Oh, are we at here? Slide 3? No? Slide, it has the picture of the open land. We're having some technical difficulties here.
Barrett, can we pause the clock just for a second while you guys try to find the rendering? Thanks.
No? Oh, okay, well, if you could see slide 3, it would show the open land, okay, and a nice picture of the warehouse. This property already contains open land, gravel areas, and agricultural features. The proposed market uses and organizes the existing setting rather than introducing a new heavy commercial intensity. The goal is to use the property in a manner that fits the agricultural character of the area. So I wish we had all the slides. They're really cool. Slide 4. The submitted plans show a defined market layout. It had the, oh, that one's got kind of the set of plans on there. Yeah, that's it right there. Beautiful. The submitted plan shows a defined market layout. The market area includes approximately 31,000 square feet of gravel surface for circulation, vendor spaces, parking, walkways. The plan starts with up to 12 vendors and uses temporary removable market elements. This is important because the proposed use is organized and contained on site. Slide 5 has the parking. Are we up with slide 5, maybe? Anyways, parking and circulation were planned. Okay, were planned into the layout. The submitted plan shows 14 public cars, and the layout also identifies separate vendor parking and loading areas. That's kind of, you can kind of see it on the plans, but I had nice renderings of that. The intent is for market visitors and vendors to park on site with circulation kept within the property rather than creating off-site parking impacts. Let's see. Slide 6 is the proposed operating hours are daytime weekend hours. Friday 10 to 5, Saturday 8 to 5, and Sunday 10 to 4. Vendors may set up approximately 2 hours before opening and clean up generally within 2 hours after closing. The market anticipates 2 to 4 on-site management or support personnel, and the plans show 4 public portable toilets. The proposed use is compatible because it is a daytime-oriented farmers market on an agricultural property. It uses areas that are already cleared, gravelled, or suitable for organized outdoor use. No major enclosed commercial buildings are proposed as part of this request, and an underlying AG1 zoning character remains intact. During our public participation meetings, residents raised practical questions about the exact scope of the permit, parking, traffic, noise, and contact. Those are fair questions, and this application answers them directly. The request is limited to the farmers market. Parking, circulation, and restrooms are shown on the plans. Operations are limited to the daytime marketing hours, with on-site management or support personnel anticipated. I don't have no slides at all. They were so neat. Anyways, this market offers community benefits while keeping the use controlled and compatible. It expands access to fresh goods and agricultural products, creates opportunity for local vendors, supports small business growth, and helps keep AG1 land active and productive. The use is also sustainable because it reuses the existing site with limited physical disturbance. In closing, this is a narrow and measured request. The applicant respectfully asks the Planning Commission to recommend approval for special use permit U26006 for the farmers market used at 4269 Stonewall Tell Road. The request is limited to the farmers market. No rezoning is requested and no concurrent variances are requested. We are prepared to work cooperatively with the staff and comply with applicable conditions.
Thank you so much. So can you pause that clock for me? 3:43 is pretty much what it was. Okay, thank you so much. I think you can take a seat this time.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, do we have any cards?
We have no additional cards.
Okay, okay, awesome. Well, at this time, we can go ahead and close the public hearing. And I will go ahead and start really quickly. I've been to this property before, met this gentleman right here who runs the property, and it was an amazing property, I have to say. We were very impressed, me and my family, me and my daughter and my husband had gone to check it out, and I think he has some really, really good stuff going on for the community, and I think that these farmers markets would be very beneficial to South Fulton in general. So I'm not sure if any of the commissioners have been to the property, but I definitely think it's something to see. It has a variety of uses on it, and it's just a very unique property. And I just saw some of the things that were in the staff report, and maybe some of the concerns that that the citizens had, maybe about the noise and things of that nature. And when my husband and I visited, we heard no noise. We heard no smell. It was no smells from, the chickens and things of that nature that were on the property, and we were really impressed with how maintained it was compared to a lot of other properties that may be selling like fresh produce or just may have like chickens on the property and things of that nature. So just to keep that in mind, I visited. I thought it was great, well maintained. I think it's a nice site, even for South Fulton, to even consider having events there in the future. So at this time, Commissioner Dunn, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant? Okay. Commissioner Leverett, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Yes, so I did visit the property as well today, and so there's going to be tents for the farmers market to be provided for them to use tents, but there's also containers there that I was under the impression were being built and sold, right?
Right now they are storage, and there's other uses going on the property.
So they're going to stay there, or they're going to get purchased and taken away?
Well, hopefully they all sell and go away. That's
all right.
Optimally, yeah, that'd be great. Get them,
right,
for sure.
Because that was my concern, is the space for parking, the space for the farmer's market and the space for the containers are the amount of space that it's going to take up. If 20 cars want to come to the farmer's market, then I don't know where all of them are going to go to get in and out of the parking lot.
Well, and I wish we had the pictures. They really depicted everything very nicely. What you saw and what actually will be are two separate things. Because, well, we're trying to get the permit to build it.
Right.
So the renderings that I had posted up here were quite detailed in showing all of the parking and depicting the bathrooms, and even showing some of the shipping containers built out, utilized by vendors that may want to purchase them, which is, what we do. We design and set things up so vendors can have something custom on site. Absolutely.
So those are really my concerns, but I do agree that there was no smells. I heard a couple roosters, or a rooster, but I don't know how that goes as far as neighbors. I did ask if the neighbors are right next to them, and I did ask if either neighbor had an issue, and their answer to me was that they did not, and I don't see them here, so I don't know where to go with that.
We've gotten pretty positive response from everyone throughout this entire thing. It's a positive thing, It's a farmer's market. Neighbors got fresh produce going right across the street and down the road, It's pretty nice.
I yield.
Thank you, Commissioner Leverett. Commissioner Williams, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Yeah, I'll just make it really quick. Such a wonderful concept. Good to hear. Good to hear. Are you considering, if you don't know today, that's fine, but just out of curiosity, are you considering fees for the vendors that want to sell their items?
Standard, yeah.
A standard fee?
Yeah,
Okay.
there'll be a standard fee. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I've heard some variations of a couple $100, $50, and
Gotcha.
somewhere in there, yeah.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, standard vendor fees.
And then what about entrance fees for community members?
That, I don't think we're going to do anything like that. No, so it'll be just open to the public, pull in, and you're good to go.
Okay, so your special use permit would basically be to operate the farmer's market itself. It's not necessary, okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else?
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Jefferson, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Just a quick question. Is this a yearly farmer's market all year round, or is it seasonal?
Hopefully, we'll be able to go year-round. It, of course, depends on, severe rain and stuff like that. But yeah,
That's all I
year-round
asked.
is possible, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Jefferson. Commissioner Beard Washington, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
I'd like to, yes, I do, ma'am.
Come a little closer, bring that mic a little closer.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I just would like to have that second condition repeated. So if we make the motion, we got to include those special conditions.
Oh, okay. So
Well,
that
the
is,
non-transferable
One of them
was
is that it not be
weird.
transferable, special use permit non-transferable.
Yeah, that's weird. What if he wants to
Yep.
sell the property? I'd like to keep the farmer's market going. I mean, if someone else
What was
wanted
the
to.
second?
the second one is that they have to have a business license to operate the
Okay,
farmer's
fine.
market.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
What business license would that
City of South
be? Because you're not.
So you would be technically
But we're not-
operating a
we're not-
business, so you would be operating a business in the city of South Fulton, so you just need to get a business license. You need to renew your business, or I don't know if you have one currently, but you need to get a business license every year, and you need to renew it as well.
Well, I mean, I know contractor's license. I know I'm selling a good
Well,
license.
you're operating
but-
a business in the city of South Fulton.
Okay, yeah,
So it's just
there's-
business
there's gotta
license.
be
But to
unique.
Matthew, it would be helpful if, when we get these, because I've asked twice for you to have to repeat those, and so rather than have to continue to ask you, could we get that so that we see what your conditions are? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So so basically, since you're going to be advertising it to the public, and people from the public are going to be allowed to come to your property to purchase items, then you need to be operating with a business license and with the type of farmers market that you're trying to have. You need the special use permit. Go ahead,
Correct,
Matthew.
but I thought each individual vendor has their own business license to sell that. So
let me let
that's
Matthew.
my question with the business license. What,
So would the applicant be opposed to getting a business license? Do you not want to get a business
well,
license?
no, I'm curious of what business, because we're not selling a good, we're
Mm-hmm.
providing a place for people to sell a good. So what category of business license is that?
We can help you
is
work that out.
applicable?
But we'll help you
know
with
what I mean?
that. But still, the applicant is required to have a business license to operate the farmer's market. But we can help you with the classification, but
Yeah,
that's
I've
still,
actually
yeah.
never heard of a classification where I'm not selling or doing anything. I'm providing
Aren't
a
you still,
space.
aren't you selling chickens and eggs and?
But
Well, hold on.
that's not part of the farmer's
second,
market.
lady.
That's elsewhere. There's business license for that, but that's not part of the farmer's market.
But he's just still on the same property.
Okay, so just a random business license for whatever it is. Okay, all right.
I'm assuming
We'll
that you're
work with
operating.
classification.
I'm assuming that you're operating your farmers market under
that is
the
all-
under share the farm, right?
Correct. That was my, and having a business license specifically for the farmer's market, it was my question. It just didn't.
But
Yes,
But,
I already have
okay.
a business license
Okay.
for Share the Farm.
Okay.
But what I think he was asking is just to make everybody feel more secure is like the people that are going to be selling their goods, we're going to request them to have their own business license as well.
That's fine.
But me as the owner of the property, I already have a business license for Share the Farm, and I already do renew that every year with the city of South Fulton.
Right, and that's all the condition is saying. The condition is just saying that you're required to have a so he what
So
the
it's
condition
not-
that they're
it's- okay, there's
yeah
no addendum. There's no,
No.
other business. Okay.
No,
all right.
all staff is saying that is if you were to get this special use permit, you are going to have to renew your business license yearly in order to keep this special use permit. That's all.
What is already going on.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I mean,
What is
go ahead.
the, pardon me, but what is the cannot be transferred? Why would that be a condition at all? Particularly if, say theoretically, the owner of the property that has this very successful, nice farmer's market running, the community loves it, everything's going, he goes, you know what, I don't know, just by chance, I want to go to Hawaii, I'm moving, I want to sell the property. Well, the farmer's market would want to keep running, right?
So what they're saying is that you can't take this special use permit that was approved for this parcel to another property. If you have another
okay.
property that you want to do a farmer's market on, then you need to go get
Non-transferable
another.
by property,
Exactly.
not by non-transferable by people.
Correct. You can get as many special use permits if if it's approved, but only for this.
misunderstood.
Yeah,
I
but I think we're clear. So if you move to another property and you want to do a farmer's market,
Right, if he sells this property, it stays on the property. I knew it was for the property, but when it said non-transferable, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense.
right? Okay.
I was misunderstanding.
We're good.
I think so.
Okay.
Are you guys good?
Yeah. Are you have any other questions? I just
I'm
want to make
great.
sure you understand the special
Totally,
use.
on
Okay.
point.
Assistant City Attorney.
No, okay, we're good.
Okay. Reggie, you didn't have. Okay, you're just moving up. Okay. At this time, you can take a seat. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for the presentation. There were no cards, or we're good there. We were done with the public hearing, so now we're moving on to the staff's finding effect. Can I get an approval or denial for staff's finding effect for U26-006?
Motion to approve staff finding of fact.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett,
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. So that's been approved. And now we're going to move on to approval, deny, or deferral of the case, U26-006. Is there a motion to approve, deny, or defer?
Move to approve with the two special conditions that we've talked about already this evening.
Okay.
Second.
Do we need to read those out, right?
Do you need to read those out? Sure.
We do?
Special condition number one is a special use permit that is not transferable, and number two is that the owner must have a City of South Fulton business license.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. So the ayes have it, and this will be heard at the City Council meeting, which is going to be on August 11th, and that will be a public hearing. Thank you so much. And we have 3 more cases to go. So the next case is Z26-015/U26-007. Staff, please sound the report.
Yes, Z26-015 along with the U26-007. The address is 4165 and 4225 Flat Trails Road. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from MIX, which is our mixed-use district, to C2, which is our general commercial district, along with a special use permit to develop a 5,000 square foot gas station and convenience store with fuel pumps and a 1,800 square foot drive-through restaurant on 2.13 acres of land. Again, the address is 4225 and 4165 Flat Trails Road. This is in City Council District 5. Staff is recommending a denial for both the rezoning and the special use permit.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Is the applicant present? Okay, you can come on up. Okay. And can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. My name's Jay Virani. The address is 970 Peachtree Industrial Boulevard, Suwanee, Georgia, 30024.
Thank you so much. You can proceed with your presentation.
I'm here to talk a little bit about the proposed property here, 4225 and 4165 Flat Shoals Road. I would like to start with putting up a small presentation to show the board and the neighbors here to give you an idea of who we are. If you could please start with the presentation.
Can you pause the clock, stop the clock for a second while you pull the presentation up? Did you send the presentation over?
They've had it.
Okay, you can go ahead and start the clock back up, Barry.
So Welcome Foods is a trademark that we own. Our motto is Welcome to Convenience. This is the DBA name that we use on all the owner-owned and operated retail centers with convenience stores on there. That's the trademark that we own and we use on all the properties. Next slide, please. Currently, we've been in business for about over 25 years in Atlanta. We've got about 40 plus active sites in different counties throughout the city. We've got a signature look. We're exceptional with customer service. There's a lot of training. We pay a lot of attention to safety and security. 24-hour surveillance in our office, which is a big thing, which was a big concern that was brought up. We don't only have 40 plus cameras at all the sites and stuff, but there's also 24-hour surveillance in our office where each site is monitored 24/7. Next slide, please. This is a sister company, so we're also a fuel supply company. We're currently licensed in 9 states. We're supplying about 115 sites. We're authorized to all those brands at the bottom. If this site were to be approved, it would be authorized by one of those brands, which would be the brand of fuel that would be supplied over there. Next slide, please. This is a kitchen concept that we have in most of our stores where the space allows us, which is normally open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a wide variety of food from breakfast biscuits to pizzas and various other products. Next slide, please. So I've heard some different concerns over today's meeting where, there was one of the concerns was how is the construction going to be handled? This is a sister construction company that we own. If authorized, the construction is going to be handled from start to end, including site work and vertical construction by our own company to ensure the quality of the construction that we provide, the safety and compliance with all the rules and regulations. Next slide, please. These are just some examples of our community involvement. If our stores are in certain areas, there's various programs that we run through the year where we encourage and we interact with the community and There's a lot of involvement with reading books, with organizing runs, being involved with schools and communities around. Next slide, please. These are the couple of different kinds of looks that we have based on what the city requires. If permitted, some cities require us to go with the traditional look, which is that, and then next slide, please. This is more of a new contemporary look that we have. These are the two options that we have based on what the city applies. These are how the buildings would look like. Next slide, please. These are some examples of current projects that we're currently constructing in the city. There's 3 or 4 examples of these. We can just keep flipping through these. This is a potential network of tenants. Most of these tenants that we have, so if permitted here to build a convenience store with the 1,800 square foot drive-through, it would most probably be one of these current tenants that we're currently negotiating with at all our different places. One of the tenants is also Tesla that we're dealing with, so if approved, there is going to be potentially electric charging stations here. Next slide. At the last public hearing, when we were there were some examples that people had asked to put up that, okay, if there's any current pictures that you can put up. So this is our latest development in Houston, Georgia, where it's a convenience store, but we also have Dunkin' Donuts and Moe's as our current tenants, just to give you an idea. Next slide, please. I would like to briefly read a summary of the concept plan of what we're putting up for this particular property and just give an idea of what we think about the project. The subject property is a vacant 2-acre parcel located at the prominent intersection of Flat Shoals Road and Mallory Road. Despite its prime location, the property has remained undeveloped for many years, creating an underutilized site that does not contribute to the surrounding community or local economy. With 40% plus of the subject property being a flood zone and unusable, along with the strict application of the current zoning and development standards, would limit the property's ability to support a bigger commercial development that meets the growing needs of the surrounding residential neighborhoods. However, the proposed project includes a neighborhood retail center featuring a nationally recognized drive-through restaurant, a 5,000 square foot Welcome Foods grocery and convenience store, fuel services, Welcome Foods kitchen, along with EV charging stations. These uses are specifically designed to provide convenient access to everyday goods, fresh food, essential services, while revitalizing the long vacant property. Granting the requested variance will allow for a practical and efficient site layout, improve traffic circulation, and enable a high-quality development that is compatible with the surrounding areas. The project will create jobs, increase the local tax base, improve the visual character of the intersection, and provide valuable amenities to the community without adversely affecting neighborhood properties. The requested variance is therefore the minimum relief necessary to overcome the property's development constraints and allow its reasonable beneficial use. I would next like to read over a little bit of the staff's finding, which I glanced through. From what I see, that this, in the background section, it says that this property was last rezoned in the year 2000 for 211 townhomes. We're in 2026, so that property's been sitting, looking abandoned, underutilized for 26 years now. I also see that the proposed zoning classification is supported by the 2026 comprehensive plan. The zoning proposal should not cause any excessive burdensome use of existing street transportation facilities, utilities, or schools. The vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow and safety should not be significantly affected by this development. There's some concerns about the parking spaces and stuff, so if we are allowed to go further, there's going to be a detailed site plan which is going to be addressing all parking spaces requirements, landscaping designs, lighting designs, GDOT requirements, traffic studies, environmental studies. All those are going to be provided as requested if we're allowed to go further. The current zoning case on the property allows for retail, service, commercial, and/or office and accessory uses. At the public participation meeting, a lot of concerns were raised about traffic, public safety, truck parking, food options, property values, local employment, and the overall impact of the proposed development. A lot of these questions were answered. something that I heard today, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. If it is approved, this is not a gas station property. This is a property which is going to be developed. It's not going to be sold. It's not going to be flipped after we get an LDP. It's going to be owner occupied, and it's going to be operated on a very high standard. There's, like I mentioned, the biggest concern was security and stuff like that. So we do have 24-hour surveillance in office that monitors every property that we own. There was also a concern where it says, why do we need another gas station? So if I'm being brutally honest about it, that if this, out of the 2.3 acres, we feel that it's about 1.3 acres is what's usable. The rest of it is a flood zone. If I were to just put up a drive-through restaurant here, the numbers would not work. Also, we're a fuel supply company. The land cost would be the same. The site work would cost the same. The only thing would change would be the building cost. So if I'm being brutally honest, we're putting up a gas station because we're a fuel supply company, but if we don't put that up, the project does not work. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Is that the end of your presentation?
For now, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So please pause the clock, stop the clock. So about 1 minute and 6 seconds. So you can take a seat for now, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. Are there any cards, Karen?
We have one more proponent, and then we have 11 opponents.
Okay. So can you call the proponent? I'm sorry, my apologies. The opponents.
Roy Moore,
And if you can go ahead and come up to the podium if you're present.
Jasmine Harrison, Mary L. Chris, Gwen Foston, Valerie McBurdy, Bride, I'm not sure, Alvin Reynolds, Michael Venable, Karen Warp, Ware, Rosie Jackson Puckett, Glenda Collins, Bernard McBride.
Thank you so much, Karen. So we have 10 minutes on the clock. Please try to split your time accordingly. It is 10 o'clock right now. So, yeah, let's keep that in mind. Okay, you can go ahead and state your first and last name and address for the record.
My name is Roy Moore, 4415 Melanie Lane, District 5. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay. Let me say that I first looked at the paper that y'all put together and said denied. And if y'all denied, y'all gave some good reason why it should be denied. For instance, 1,000 feet from residential, I think that's good. And if it's, as the lawyer said, if these things are already in law, why should we even come here and talk about it? They're already requirements. So I think that there's another one is that service stations within a mile and a half of each other should be only 2. I think we're going to have, with that one, be 6 service stations. And the other thing I consider is that any children that's driving nowadays, we want to create less of a possibility of a traffic hazard as possible. And that place is already, we have a hard time coming out now. At Mallory Road and Flat Show, real hard time coming. And I understand why they want to get there because there's a lot of traffic. But it's a danger coming out. And I'm going to stop it there and give someone else an opportunity. But I just think that y'all already made the decision for me. I'm with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm
Good evening.
Jasmine Harrison, and I live at 6351 Woodwell Drive, Union City. I just wanted to point out that I'm probably a mile or so from this location.
Come a little closer to the mic, please.
I'm probably a mile or so from this location, and I just want to point out in a 2-mile stretch on Flat Shoals Road, we actually do have 6 gas stations already. And I also want to point out that just defining what a gas station is and not calling it a gas station, calling it something else that happens to have gas is kind of contradictory. It's going to be, yet again, another gas station. So I just don't think we need 7 gas stations in a 2-mile span on Flat Shoals. So I'm going to pass it on to somebody else.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Hi. Karen Ware, 5985 Avenue of Redwoods. I'm agreeing with the people who just came up before me. I live in the neighborhood. I do not want to see another gas station. Gas station, drive-through, whatever they want to call it. I live right off Mallory. I do not want to turn in and see that. It's already congested. It's a drive-through, Mallory and Roosevelt and Flat Shoals. It's always, it's a problem. And we don't need another one. And I just don't want that there in our neighborhood, in our community. We need something else that's positive, something more so than another gas station. It's too many. Passing it on.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. Once again, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, residing in District 7. And as it's so eloquently stated, here we are again with another gas station, however you may classify it, still a gas station. Let me give you some point of reference here. 3805, 3850, 3875, 3601, 4430 Flat Shoals all have gas stations sitting at those addresses. Seniors like Rosie Puckett Jackson, Gwen Foster, and Mary Chris have been living there for over 20 years plus. And I am pretty sure that those seniors who choose to stay in their homes don't want to see another gas station on the corners of where they live, where they reside. Not to mention that this particular project is in violation of the city ordinance 2026-009. And that states about the distance of the gas station requirements. Also, there were parking issues that were stated. And also as well, again, we need to see other things in these areas that we reside in. 5, 6, and 7 has been oversaturated with an abundance of these like use projects, and we definitely need to move away from them. You're talking about adding another gas station around already 5, which is stated that 3 were in Union City, 2 is in South Fulton. It doesn't matter where they located at, they still in the same area. So we want to take note that these things are something that the community is desperately against, and it's not just there against the project, it's just that the city ordinance is violated. And we have to take heed to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
It's Michael Venno, 5720 Montelli Circle. It's basically cut and dry. This property does not have enough space for the required parking that is necessary for this operation to go forward through. The only way they can do it is to eliminate the gas pumps. And like the proponent said, it's not going to work. Number 2, this is directly adjacent to a subdivision. We just went over this a couple of sessions ago with City Council, and it was so disheartening that the one on one side of town, they said, okay, it was okay, no, we can't do it. But the one on this side, oh yeah, go ahead and bring it in there. It was right beside a subdivision, housing, and there were multiple gas stations in the vicinity, one right across the street. So my thing is, we need to be fair for the whole city. Thirdly, we already had this come up about distance. Staff has already shown you that there are gas stations immediately within this 1.5 mile distance. So with those 3 things alone, nothing changes that. The site is not appropriate for what the proponent is wanting to do, and we need to just abide by the regulations for the whole city, not just certain parts of the city.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Glenda Collins. I live in the area on Morning Creek Drive. Traffic safety and infrastructure will be an issue because there are no decel lanes or designated turning arrows. The area is currently saturated, as stated by others, by these gas stations. The area needs a better product. We have enough gas stations that you can drive to and pick up food. We don't need another place to go and pick up food. And we don't need to begin to process special permits, variances, which we have done too many in the past. Please protect our property and our areas so that we can have a better place to live without being saturated with these gas stations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any other cards for opposition? Karen?
There are. I called them.
Oh, okay. So they just didn't come up. Okay. If there are any other citizens here or folks who filled out a card, can you please come up at this time that were in opposition? Okay. Thank you so much. We have about 1 minute and 6 seconds left of rebuttal for the applicant if you want to return to the podium.
I'll just make it very quick. We keep talking about 6 gas stations. We do understand, but as far as our experience is concerned, and as far as strictly talking about volume and stuff, that corner does require another gas station. As far as volume's concerned, that is going to be a very busy store with the food and the gas station that we're proposing. Something else that I want to bring up again, that we keep talking about another kind of development that we need, but we're talking about a property that's been sitting abandoned, looking like that for over 30 years, and we're trying to bring something on there that's going to be aesthetically pleasing instead of an abandoned place that's there. As far as traffic count and decel lanes and all that's being talked about, all that's going to be part of the civil plans, which GDOT's going to require, and we're going to have to put in if it is approved. As far as talking about how much opposition we've got over here, there's over 1,200 postcards that we sent, and we've got about 12 people that are opposing. So that's not the entire neighborhood that's opposing it. It's just a few people, handful of people out of all the people that have been told that this development is being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, the public hearing is now closed, and I'll go ahead and take questions and comments from the commissioners. I'll keep my comment really short, really quick. As far as the staff recommendation goes, we would definitely be going against the ordinance. City of South Fulton just adopted a new parking ordinance a few months ago or so, and obviously they don't meet the parking space requirement, and it's 4 pumps. So I just have a lot of questions here, but I'm not going to even go into all that. I mean, at the end of the day, they're missing the pumps. I mean, the parking spaces. The site plan needs to be updated with the landscaping stuff that's required. So I'm not sure why this was even presented like this, because it's not meeting just the basic necessities. Sounds like maybe this property needs to be used for something else. But yeah, at this time, I yield. I'll let my other colleagues here ask questions, and I actually do need to make one more statement. It sounds like, I don't know, maybe they want to consider a deferral possibly on their behalf, if that's something that they want to even look into. But I mean, as of right now, though, I mean, the basis of it is that they're not meeting the stuff, and then the requirements, and then even if they do, even if it was approved, recommended for approval by the commission, and then say it was approved by council, it says in the staff report that they would need to get a special use approval. So this wouldn't be the end of it. So Commissioner Dunn, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant? Okay. Commissioner Leverett, do you have any questions or comments for the applicant?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I'm really not understanding why companies or individuals are buying properties to put something where it wasn't zoned to be, and then come and ask for a special use permit so that they can do it. When there's so many properties within this city that are already zoned for what they're trying to do, why not go where the map says, hey, this is your designated area? Why do we keep trying to force a circle into a square?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Leverett. Commissioner Williams, do you have any comments or questions for the applicant?
Just one quick comment. Thank you, Commissioner Leverett. 26 years and all South Fulton can get is a gas station? We can do more. That's all. I yield.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Jefferson, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a comment. I mean, based on, staff recommendation and basic requirements, the new gas station ordinance, I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I yield.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Barrett Washington, do you have any comments or questions for the applicant?
I do not. I yield.
Thank you so much. So at this time, we can go ahead and take our vote on staff's finding of fact. Is there a motion? Is there a motion on the floor for approval or denial of staff's finding of fact?
Make a motion to approve staff's finding of fact.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington. Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. So the ayes have it. That report has been approved by the commission, and we are now going to take a vote for approval, denial, or deferral of Z26 at 015. It's two cases, so we need to do it separately. Is there a motion for approval, denial, or deferral of Z26 at 015?
Make a motion to deny case Z26-015.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington. Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Thank you so much. And that case will be heard at the August 11 council meeting, which will be initially a public hearing. And then we're also going to vote on U26-007. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to deny case U26-007.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Black.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, so the ayes have it, and that case will also be heard at the August 11 council meeting. Thank you so much. Okay, we have two more cases here. We're moving on to Z26-016 /CDP 26-006. Staff, please sound the report.
Case Z26-016, along with CDP 26-006. The address is 0 Washington Road. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AG1 to M1, which are light industrial district, and also requesting a comprehensive development plan amendment from community live work to industrial zone district for the purpose of constructing a 280,000 square foot light industrial building. This is in City Council District 3. Staff recommendation is denial.
Thank you so much. Is the applicant present today?
So the applicant did request a deferral as stated on your agenda, but again, that's up to you all to accept that deferral and vote, or you could just vote for the deferral, or you can hold the public hearing as well.
Okay. So I will allow my fellow commissioners to decide on that. So we have two cases here, Z26-016, and then that's /CDP 26-006. The applicant was requested a deferral, or was it staff?
It was the applicant.
Okay.
To the September Planning Commission
It's
meeting?
September 16th, Planning Commission meeting. Okay. The applicant was requesting a deferral to the September 16, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. At this time, the applicant, we will need to vote for that deferral. Is there a motion to, well, first of all, let me ask this. Is there a motion to open up the public hearing? The applicant is not here. Would you all like to go ahead and open the public hearing up for these two cases? Or would you
Yes.
like to wait?
No, we can do it. People here. We need to do it.
You want to open up the public hearing?
They waited to do this.
Yeah, I say
So
yeah.
I think we
say
have
need
to.
to go and continue. I
Okay.
think so.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and open up the public hearing for Z26-016, CDP 26-006. The applicant is not present. Do we have any cards?
Yes, we do. And Helen Willis will be representing on the proponent side.
Okay. Okay. Please state your first and last name and address for the record.
Before she gets started,
If Commissioner Liverett, I have to recognize you first before you start talking. Commissioner Liverett, I recognize you.
before she gets started, if it's getting deferred, we still hear the public comments?
So let's just do it like this. I'm going to ask for a motion to open up the public hearing because the applicant is not here. You all can vote on it, and then yes, we can still hear from those who are here, even though the applicant is not here. But if you guys deny that, then we won't be hearing a public hearing tonight at all, and we'll just be waiting until the next meeting that we either assign them the date that we want them to be deferred to, or we can honor what they're asking for here. So give me 1 second. Let me, you can stay at the podium for a second. Let me just go ahead and ask for a motion on if we are going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there a motion to open up the public hearing for Z26-016 / CDP 26-006?
I motion to open up a public hearing for Z26-016 / CDP 26-006.
Madam Chairperson?
Yes.
Because there are certain equal time constraints in the zoning law, we can't have the hearing without the applicant here to speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarity. Okay, good knowledge, so we know going forward. Thank you for that. So at this time, we will not be having the public hearing today. We will only be voting on a deferral at this point. So the applicant has requested to be deferred to the September 16th meeting. I'm not exactly sure of the reasoning of why the September 16th meeting, but we can honor this. We can move forward with this date, or if there's another date that you guys would like to move it to, we can also move it to a different date. They did, September, they did. Okay.
I make a motion to,
Excuse me, are there any cases in August? Or do you know?
I believe we have about 4 or 5 cases for August.
Okay, okay. So at this time, I'm requesting approval or denial of deferral. Well, I'm sorry, we have to defer it, I guess, at this point, right? Yeah. Pretty much, right? You can't deny it because you didn't have a public hearing, right? Okay. So at this point, we are needing a motion so that we can defer these cases to the September 16th Planning Commission meeting. Commissioner Dunn, I see a confusion.
Have to defer? Like, are we beholden to defer just because they want it deferred?
Well, Assistant City Attorney said that we cannot hold a public hearing without them being here. It's required that we hold the public hearing, right?
It's required, and it's also required that they have equal time. So they can't even have equal time if they're not here.
Right. I understand that. I'm just saying, like, so they just don't show up and say, I want a deferral. We have to give them a deferral.
Well, if we don't give them the deferral, then we would be approving or denying the application. And if we haven't had the public hearing, you can't approve or deny something that no one has been able to speak to yet.
Okay.
Those are some good questions. I mean, we're all learning up here. Yes, Reggie. You good? Okay. Okay. So at this time, we're just going to be looking. I'm looking just for a motion to defer, basically, at this point, these 2 cases to the September 16th, 2026 meeting.
I make a motion to defer Z26-016 and CDP 26-006 to the September meeting.
Okay.
I second.
Did you say the date? September 16th? Did you say? She did? Okay, cool. Okay, second. It's been probably moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington.
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett.
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
Okay, thank you so much. So these 2 cases will be heard at the September 16, 2026 Planning Commission meeting. And we have one more case here, which is a ordinance to regulate and operate data centers. Staff, can you please sign the report?
Thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. This is a text amendment that is sponsored by members of our City Council, Councilmembers Raul Bell and Williams Brown. It is to make changes to our ordinances related to data centers. It's fairly long, so I'm going to hit some of the high points of this. It would require special use permits for data centers. They would be allowed in the M1 and M2 zoning districts with that special use approval. This includes a population-based limitation on the total number of data centers in the city of South Fulton. It says that data centers permitted shall not exceed 1 data center per 30,000 city residents. Further, it talks about the minimum lot size being 20 acres. It has energy and utility requirements, specifically requiring utility capacity certifications for electricity, water and sewer, natural gas, and telecommunications. It will require an existing conditions assessment. It will require an infrastructure upgrade plan, which will be composed of a few different components, including an existing conditions assessment, a projected demand analysis, required infrastructure improvements, a phasing plan, an implementation schedule, and various other requirements that you will see in your packet. It requires water conservation, including a closed-loop reclamation water system. There are noise standards that will be imposed related to data centers as well, and landscape buffering and screening. So these items represent a text amendment. Text amendments do have to have public hearings. This was, I believe, drafted by our law department, so if there are specific questions, I would call on our assistant city attorney to answer them, but we would ask that you open the public hearing. Thank you.
Say that last sentence, Reggie. What about the public hearing?
Just asking that you open the public hearing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Assistant City Attorney, did you have something for us?
Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to also point out that one of the other differences from the previous iteration of the data center ordinance is that this proposed data center ordinance has a requirement that the data center be at least 1/2 mile from any residence or mixed-use property.
Okay, thank you so much. And I could not understand Reggie, like right at the end, was he saying that we need to have the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Just want to make sure. Okay. Are there any cards, Karen?
Yes, there's, we have Helen Willis.
Okay.
Alvin Reynolds, and then we have one opponent.
Okay, thank you so much. And are those the proponent cards or the opponent cards? Which ones are
proponents? Helen Willis and Alvin Reynolds.
Okay. Can I get the opponents first? Who's
Michael Venable.
Okay. So Michael Venable, okay. That's the only one, right? Michael Venable? You coming up? Oh, you're 4. Oh. Okay. Okay. So, okay, Helen, you can go ahead.
Thank you. The original data center ordinance was an ordinance that I worked on. Data centers were coming into the city through our M1 zoning code. We didn't have any regulation, and so that's why we had an abundance of them in the city. And so I worked to put some regulation in and required them to put a special use permit in place, required them to put some specification around the distance requirement. So it was 150 feet. Does that equate to the distance that you referred to? Because when I was there, I required 150 feet. in the zoning code. That's what I legislated. The other thing is I work with Atlanta Regional Commission and hosted a huge town hall here. And so they had some recommendations they wanted to input in this ordinance. And so I'm assuming some of those recommendations came from the Atlanta Regional Commission, but one of the recommendations was to include the closed loop system as it relates to water, which will require recycling of water, and it won't be on, it won't be so much usage of the capacity of residential community. I did not see anything about, and I will ask that we make sure that when data centers are being built in our city, that we require them to have substations so they won't be on the regular grid. Right now, what Georgia Power does require is for that most data centers, they pay for and finance substations, and that would take them off of the grid that residents are using for electricity. And so I would like to see that spelled out or specified in this ordinance if I overlooked it, if I don't see it. But I would require that data center developers definitely be required to build substations, finance the substations, and be responsible for and make sure that they're not on residential grids to power these substations. The other thing is I'm glad to see that I just got some complaints from residents where I live, the data center that is being built on Stonewall Tail, of individuals complaining about their sprinkler system being damaged. And so maybe I overlooked it, but I would like to see something in here that states that if there are any type of property damage to subdivisions or any residential community, that the developer is responsible for making sure that they are responsible for the repairs. That is it. I support the changes and the recommendations, but those are just some additional changes and recommendations if I overlooked them, because I didn't get this ordinance until probably about 2 hours ago, so I didn't have a chance to thoroughly read through it, but I did read through some of it. But if I missed those, Madam Chair, I will ask that the Planning Commission please consider those. Thank you very much for your time and attention in this matter.
Thank you. Assistant City Attorney, I recognize you.
Thank you. I would like to address one of the questions that Ms. Willis asked, and I do appreciate you being here today. You asked about the setback of 150 feet. In this ordinance, it's going to be 2,640 feet from any individual residence or mixed-use property, but from the district, if it was abutting a residential district where there was no residence, they would still have to be 100 feet from the district itself.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Commissioner Barry Washington. We're going to keep going because we're in the public hearing right now. So, Mr. Reynolds?
That is correct.
Okay, you can come onto the podium.
Thank you. Alvin Reynolds again, 585 Kings Place, District 7. Let me just say I can appreciate all of these measures that have been put in place concerning data centers, knowing that there is no federal or state law regulations, and seeing the city moving forward and trying to, encompass that is a great deal. And I'd like to thank the attorney for just clarifying, too, about the distance from residents. That was one of my main concerns, that they don't be built right next door to residents, as we know there's some data centers that have come up in our city and have been voted on and approved. It is good to see that now things are being put in place to prohibit more of the same. Thank you again, and I do support this amendment.
Thank you so much. Are there any other cards? Okay.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. I'm expressing my support of this regulation, particularly when we're talking about mitigation as far as setbacks, tree covers, berms, all of these things, and even, you know, enclosing these things so that they don't look like metal industrial facilities and that sort of thing, having some masonry siding, enclosing them to make sure the noise is suppressed, and that visually it doesn't affect the community. And the only thing I know was a 30-foot setback from the road. I think that needs to be further than that, so that, you know, those that are driving by or whatever, that setback from the road should be a little bit higher distance than that, quite a bit, because I think these will not be able to suppress the noise, the visual, and those types of things forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that it? Okay. Oh yeah, go ahead.
The other thing that I have noticed with the data centers development is those towers. If you were to go down Stonewall Tail, you see a lot of those electrical towers, and they're sitting right in the middle or right in the front of residential communities. And I was skimming through this, and I don't see anything about requiring some type of distance of those electrical towers. And so if something can be put in here regarding that, because it's absolutely ridiculous. As you go down Stonewall Tail to see those big, tall, tree-like, but they don't even look like trees. They're metal towers that are sitting in people's front yards, right in front of people's property. So that was the only thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm just kind of peeking. I'm just trying to make sure we're good, though, on the time. You can stop that. Thank you. There are no other cards at this time, right? Okay. Assistant City Attorney, did you have something that you wanted to speak to?
Yes, I wanted to speak to the point that former Councilman Willis just made regarding the electrical towers. If I'm recognizing what you're talking about, those may be controlled by the electric companies themselves, and if they are, the city would be preempted from making regulations because they're regulated by the Public Service Commission. But we can always, as citizens and as a community, we can lobby the Public Service Commission regarding our concerns regarding those facilities.
Okay. So at this time, we have heard everyone, and we can go ahead and close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments for staff at this time?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Dunn, I recognize you.
Well, for former Councilwoman Willis, if she can answer this, how many data centers are already in the city of South Fulton?
Excuse me. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Commissioner Dunn, so we need to, the question is for staff right now.
Oh,
so
I'm
we
sorry.
need to address it to staff. Okay.
No,
I believe there are about 5 data centers currently operating in the city of South Fulton.
Okay. I asked that because based on the population-based limitations, this ordinance as written may not be enforceable. Because it says the total number of data centers permitted within the city shall not exceed 1 data center per 30,000 residents. If we already have 5 and it's 115,000 residents, that comes out to 3.83. So we're already over that number. So if somebody tried to develop a data center, they would eat this up in court. If we leave it as is. So that would need to be updated.
Duly noted.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Great point. Commissioner Leverett, do you have any questions or comments?
I do have some questions. So how do we ensure that they don't apply as warehouses and then convert to data centers? How do we ensure they don't apply as a warehouse and backdoor into data centers?
Yeah, correct. So we have a land development team that looks at all of our LDPs. Each division within CDRA has a review, so we'll be able to catch one that comes in as a warehouse. There are certain electrical requirements that data centers have, and we're able to catch that on the site plans and also when they apply for a building permit as well.
And I would like to add to that is that a difference in our new ordinance is that the definition has been expanded to recognize properties that are already existing, but people are trying to convert those properties to data centers, so they would fall under this regulation.
Alrighty, why are data centers in M1 and not just in M2? Why are we letting them in near residential homes?
It depends on the proximity, but again, I still believe that it requires a special use permit for those data centers, so we'll be able to look at that when they apply. But M1 and M2, it depends on how big the data center is or how much data they will generate. But
I guess my question is, why are we not just saying
M2?
Yeah, why are we allowing M1 to be an option for data centers?
I believe that's something that we can look at.
Alrighty, my next question.
Oh, I think that's the City Attorney had a comment as well.
In addition to that, if it was in M1, it would still need to be 1/2 mile from the nearest residence.
I agree about the metal towers. The comment, I think Georgia Power is being really, I've sat in some meetings with them. They're really working with what people are asking to try to accommodate. So if some kind of design or whatever, I don't think is wrong to ask that they do try to accommodate the aesthetic of the way they got these poles right up on the street. So I don't think that's a hard ask. I mean, I get if it's mandatory, but if it's not, why? I think we should ask. They have to submit a letter, a proof of letter from the utility company, but we don't have anything in there on how many days they need to do to get that letter, because sometimes the letter can sit out there for a while if we don't put a time limit on it. I know in some other cities, they have gotten extensions 6 months to a year to get these letters. So I think there should be a timeline on how fast they got to get these letters.
What would you recommend?
I mean, I think 60 to 90 days. I don't know why we need to give them a year to get a letter.
Okay.
Why the lot size is 20 acres? Why not 10? 20 acres allows us to have the big data centers and the multiple buildings. So
I defer to our City Attorney, Assistant City Attorney.
On that, we used the acreage requirement that was in the existing data center ordinance, which was 20 acres. However, if 10 is something that you feel is preferable, that certainly could be considered.
all right, I do agree that if damages are occurring while they're building to the surrounding areas, they should be responsible for them. And I do agree that if it's possible that they create some kind of substation. I don't see anything in here about solar. Replacing, yeah, I'll defer. That's enough.
When you say solar, meaning like generating power on site for the buildings?
Well, they have the sources on here for water and power, water and so, but they don't have. I don't see anything
that
about
speaks to solar.
Natural gas. So I don't see anything about solar.
Okay, we'll look into that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Leverett. Commissioner Williams, I recognize you. Okay. Commissioner Jefferson, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a comment. I do agree with the ordinance, but I do think we need to put the conditions of the water usage substations and grids. So,
Okay. Thank you so much. Commissioner Beard Washington, I recognize you.
My assumption is that these comments and suggestions will come back to us in a rewrite of the ordinance. Is that what's going to happen next?
So currently this is what they're proposing. However, this is going to the council meeting. We can make we can make some recommendations tonight. So the idea would be that we would take based on what we've heard. If you guys agree with that, you would take whatever recommendations or whatever you've thought of, and we would put that into the motion tonight, and we would send that on to council so that council can consider that.
Absolutely, yes.
All right.
Okay, Commissioner Leverett, you have some more comments? Okay, I recognize you.
I also think we should add in glycol cooling. And
Point of clarification, could you explain what that is?
so we'll talk offline. All right. All right. And then also, this side of town, South Fulton, not just the city, but the corridor, has limited access to water. There's a whole conversation happening about we don't have enough water. And so if the data centers are utilizing a lot of water or pulling on our water, it can impact that we have water shortages in our homes and water pressure. And again, you can't replace water unless it rains. We don't have the full ability to pull water. You can't make it. So anywho, we just need to be conscious of how we move in with data centers. So I appreciate that they are trying to address it.
And if I can, just on that point, I believe in the ordinance that's in front of you, it does address that water issue with the closed loop system. So I think that may be already addressed with the current ordinance. But yeah.
Okay, so are there any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you so much. So I've heard several things from our proponents of the ordinance, re-looking at the ordinance to make sure it's going to be actually compatible based on the amount of citizens that are that's listed in there, distance of electrical towers, residential damage, kind of pushing that back onto the data center. The closed loop system, that's already addressed. I did see that in there. And then basically more discussion in the ordinance around the grid that the actual data center is going to actually be on. And then Commissioner Leverett, you mentioned some stuff about solar power. So at this time, the public hearing is closed. We do need to take a vote. Y'all good?
Also requirement about the substation.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that was in there too.
Okay. Yes, the substations, yes. And I didn't see anything in there about the substations, but I did see how they were talking about like some infrastructure, like upgrades and stuff, which doesn't address exactly what you were mentioning about the substation. So that's a good point. So I put that on here too. So we do need to take a vote on this ordinance. Again, we are only a recommending body. This is going to go to council. We can. I'm sorry. Yes, I recognize you, Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you very much. I wanted to address your point about the substations. There is, again, a certification that the developer of the data center has to get from whatever electrical utility, or if it was natural gas, whatever the natural gas utility they were using. So until they get that certification, we really wouldn't be able to tell if a substation is needed. And if a substation is needed, the utility company would say that, and then they would have to certify that the developer is paying for it and not the city and not the residents, not the other users of the utility is paying for it. We can't regulate what the utility does, but we can ask that the developer have the utility sign off that no costs are being passed on to other ratepayers. So that's how the issue of the substation would be addressed.
Okay, thank you so much. So we do need to take a vote for this ordinance here, and this is text amendment TA 26-003. Whomever throws the motion, please add in whatever recommendations that you want to add in, because I do not make motions and I do not vote. So I hope you guys have been taking some notes there, if there are some things that you want to add in. And we want to make sure, staff, that these items do go over to council, please. Okay, is there a motion on the floor to approve or deny? Again, we are a recommended body. This is going to council regardless, so we want to make sure that we do have some good things to send over to them, because we obviously see there are some things that need to be possibly looked at before this is actually approved.
I'll make a recommendation to approve the ordinance with our recommendations and suggestions that we all commented on tonight, because it's a whole list. They are written down. Matthew has heard them, it's recorded, and they just include all of those where they appropriately need to go inside the ordinance.
So you can say that, but it doesn't actually identify really what, because you all have had different thoughts. So I can't say that Commissioner Williams agrees with what you're saying, right? So if there are specific items, I would request that you go ahead and state those items. You don't have to be lengthy, just, to the point. And then just so we can make sure that it's on the record, and that staff can make sure that when they give council the report, they can accurately give them what the recommendation is from Planning Commission. Thank you so much, Commissioner Leverett.
Well, my motion is to recommend that they are only in M2s, not M1s. That they have to get to the utility letter within 90 days. That any property damages that are incurred due to the development, that they must be responsible for those repairs to the surrounding area. That they request that the utility company try to aesthetically put the towers away from public viewing, that they include a reference into solar power. That there is an option for glycol cooling. I think I got them all.
You missed one, actually, about the 10-acre requirement. Did
Which
you move
one?
forward with that? That it be 10 acres versus 20?
Oh, yes. 10. See, he had them. 10 acres instead of 20.
Okay. So hearing the motion with all of the added conditions from Commissioner Leverett, is there a second?
I second.
Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded. Can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barrett Washington,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Leverett,
Aye.
Commissioner Dunn.
Aye.
Okay, so the ayes have it. So that is going to be moved on to the City Council meeting on August 11th, and they will hear the recommendation from the Planning Commission with the conditions added. Other than that, at this point, the next item is discussion. I don't think we have any discussion at this time. And then we have adjournment. So it is currently 10:53. By a show of hands, if we move to adjourn this meeting at 10:53, please raise your hand. Couldn't get the words right. It's late. It's late. Okay, did everybody raise their hands? Okay, great. Okay, well, we are out of this meeting, and the next meeting is, Matthew, when is the next PC meeting? Okay, the next Planning Commission meeting is August 19th, so we will see you all at the next meeting. Thank you so much.